Chapter 2132. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally understood why Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had interfered. As it turned out, he wanted to embarrass Qin Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. I've long heard that the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance don't get along. I've witnessed it today, a middle-aged man said with a sigh. The Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance are notorious rivals in Sin City. If it wasn't for the fact that they're afraid of being watched by other sectless cultivators, they would have fought to the death long ago, an old man said. However, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is really cunning. It won't affect him even if he finds out the black-robed man is the real black-robed man. However, if he finds out the black-robed man is a fake, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance will be humiliated. It was unknown who said this in a soft voice. His words also received the approval of the others. At the same time, the group of onlookers watched the scene with great interest. The young man who had walked out from behind Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, was standing opposite the black-robed man. A battle was about to break out. Earlier, I heard the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance address this person as Chun Wu. Don't tell me he's the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? Suddenly someone exclaimed, and it caused many people to recover from their shock. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? I remember now. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is called Yu Chun Wu. It must be him. It's said that Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, has a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking with a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such strength, he can be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. Not many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are a match for him. After recognizing the identity of the person who was confronting Duan Lingtian, the crowd of onlookers broke out into an uproar again. They were shocked by the generosity of Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had made the first move right from the start. For the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance to make a move, don't say that this black-robed man might not be the real black-robed man. Even if he is the real black-robed man, he may not be a match for him. Soon, someone else said. That's right. Currently, there were rumors in Sin City that the black-robed man's strength was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. They're both at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he might not be a match for the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Of course. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun Wu, is a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's not someone ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage can compare to. Just as there was a commotion around the spatial rift, above the clouds in the sky, three figures arrived together, one after the other. At the same time, their gazes pierced through the clouds and saw the situation below. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? One of them could not help but have a mocking smile on his face after he understood what had happened below. Someone like him dares to act arrogantly in front of this fiend? A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of this person's eyes when he said the words Malefic Star. It was a dread that came from his soul. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the person with just a glance. This person was none other than O Qing, the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. Lu Jin, the elder of the Seven Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, had arrived with O Qing. When both of them saw the black-robed man through the clouds, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, they felt sorry for the ignorant fellow. This fellow was most likely unaware that the person standing in front of him had just killed a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. More and more people began to gather under the clouds. The extra people were naturally those who had just rushed over from Sin City. Among them were people from the Black Crow Alliance. Lord Alliance Leader, it's the Black-Robed Man. When the people from the Black Crow Alliance arrived, someone behind Black Crow Old Man, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, reminded him. I see him. Black Crow Old Man's expression darkened as he looked at the Black-Robed Man. Like the others, he was uncertain if the person before him was the real Black-Robed Man. If the person before him was the real Black-Robed Man, he would be the mortal enemy of the Black Crow Alliance. Previously, when he had just returned from outside, he was furious when he learned that the Black-Robed Man had killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance. However, since he was not certain if he was a match for the Black-Robed Man, and he was confident that he would be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in a few years, he chose to swallow his anger for the time being. Apart from that, he told the other members of the Black Crow Alliance to stay away from the Black Crow Alliance. The day he broke through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be the day the Black-Robed Man died. This was the reason why he had been cultivating so hard recently. It's actually Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. I hope he's the real Black-Robed Man. If that's the case, I won't have to kill him myself. Even the real Black-Robed Man might not be a match for the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Black Crow Old Man's eyes lit up when he saw the Black-Robed Man. He prayed inwardly. He hoped that the Black-Robed Man before him was the real Black-Robed Man and not a fake. Although he was confident that he would be able to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage in a few years, it did not mean he was as strong as before. Even if he had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still would not be a match for Yu Chun Wu. Apart from one's cultivation base, a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had to rely on various martial tactics, divine abilities, saint weapons, Tao talismans, and pills to strengthen their strength. As for the Black-Robed Man's strength, Black Crow Old Man was certain the Black-Robed Man was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. However, he might not be a match for the Black-Robed Man. Since Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, was ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking, it was only natural that he would be stronger than the Black-Robed Man. For this reason, Black Crow Old Man prayed that the Black-Robed Man before him was the real Black-Robed Man. It doesn't matter if you're the real Black-Robed Man or not. You'll definitely die today in front of me, Yu Chun Wu. Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, said at the same time. The moment he spoke, he was extremely arrogant. His words caused the onlookers to fall silent. They shifted their attention back to the battlefield to see how the situation would develop. Alliance Leader Chen, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm used to living a carefree life. I'm not used to joining the mighty tyrannical alliance. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the arrogant Yu Chun Wu. He looked at Qin Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, and rejected Qin Xianba's kindness. Faced with Duan Lingtian's blatant disregard, Yu Chun Wu's expression turned grave. The crowd of onlookers was also stunned. Could this Black-Robed Man really be the real Black-Robed Man? Otherwise, how could he be so calm when he faced Yu Chun Wu? Moreover, he had completely ignored Yu Chun Wu. If that's the case, it's a pity. When Qin Xianba heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but sigh. Then, he glanced at Yu Chun Wu, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, and said, However, since I'm the cause of Mr. Blackrobe's trouble, I'll be the one to solve it. As soon as Qin Xianba finished speaking, horror dawned on Yu Chun Wu, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian. He immediately dismissed the thought of attacking. His eyes were filled with dread. Humph! Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, stepped forward and appeared in front of Qin Xianba at lightning speed. He blocked Qin Xianba's path and said, Alliance Leader Qin, he's not a member of the mighty tyrannical alliance. It's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Yin Xianming had a feeling Duan Lingtian might be the real Black-Robed Man. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. For this reason, not only did he not intervene in time, but he even blocked Yu Chun-Wu's path so Yu Chun-Wu could make his move. Whoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance also flew behind Yin Xianming to cheer for him. Whoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance did not want to be left behind. They stood behind Qin Xianba as well. The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance faced each other. The situation was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Just as the crowd held their breaths and the atmosphere became incomparably tense, a voice rang out from behind them. Alliance Leader Chen, you're too kind. He's just a clown. There's no need for you to personally deal with him, Alliance Leader Chen, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His voice was not loud, but it broke the tension in the air. It was as though a huge rock had fallen on a calm surface of water, causing ripples to form on the surface of the water. A clown? This black-robed man actually called the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance a clown? It seems like he's the real black-robed man. Only the real black-robed man would dare to be so arrogant. I also think he's the real black-robed man. However, even if he's the real black-robed man, do you think he's a match for Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance? Chapter 2133. Qin Xianba and the others were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrogance. A clown? Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian's way of addressing him. His eyes widened so much that it seemed as though they would burst into flames at any moment. You're seeking death! Following that, Yu Chun-Wu roared as he moved with the wind. His saint origin surged as he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Yu Chun-Wu arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. Just as everyone was watching the situation unfold, a voice rang out from behind them. Perfect timing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Then, he immediately made his move. He swept his right hand horizontally, and the hem of his sleeve flapped out. It was as though there was a gust of wind. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Universe teleportation. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that had been hidden under his sleeve for a long time unleashed its divine ability. In just an instant, with Duan Lingtian at the center, the void distorted and folded. It was as though an invisible force had appeared out of thin air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the calm surface of a lake was shattered by a falling rock. The distorted and folded void enveloped Yu Chun-Wu, who was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. What kind of technique is this? Yu Chun-Wu felt dizzy when he felt the invisible force lifting him up. He could not help but panic. For a moment, he even forgot to circulate his energy to resist. This was destined to be his last thought before he died. Buzz! A sound similar to the sound of a saber rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had mobilized the remaining Sun Saint origin in his body and used the universe ruler to split Yu Chun-Wu's body into two. In the next moment, as he put Yu Chun-Wu's spatial ring away, he began to devour Yu Chun-Wu's innate spiritual root. What's going on? At the same time, the group of people outside looked at the distorted and folded void in front of them in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Even the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance, including Qin Xianba and Yin Xianming, could not help but frown as they looked at the distorted and folded space in front of them. Not only had they never seen such a divine ability before, they had never even heard of it before. At this moment, they all held their breaths. Is this a divine ability? Many people were puzzled. This is indeed a divine ability. Furthermore, it's a very powerful divine ability unique to the black-robed man. Among the people present, there were also people who had seen Duan Lingtian use the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, to cast the universe teleportation. Now that they saw the scene before them, they could not help but cry out in surprise. I was fortunate enough to see the black-robed man cast this divine ability before. Since he's able to cast this divine ability, it means he's the black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He's not a fake. More and more people who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the universe teleportation before stepped forward. Their faces were filled with excitement as they discussed among themselves. Based on what I know, every time the black-robed man casts this divine ability, his opponent usually dies after the distortion and folding effect of the divine ability fades away. Indeed. I wonder if it'll be an exception this time. After all, his opponent this time is not an ordinary person. It's Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance. He's ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. It's hard to say. Many people who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the universe teleportation told them about what they had seen. It made them realize how terrifying the divine ability Duan Lingtian cast was. Although they had never seen Duan Lingtian leave anyone alive when he cast this divine ability in the past, they were not certain he would be able to do the same this time. After all, Duan Lingtian's opponent this time was not an ordinary person. He could not be compared to the Tom, Dick, and Harry that he had killed in the past. However, the crowd did not expect this at all. The divine ability, the universal teleportation that Duan Lingtian cast with the help of the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, was extraordinary, but it did not have much destructive power. At the very most, it could only create some illusions. Naturally, to Duan Lingtian, the biggest benefit of the universe teleportation was that it could block other people's vision. After all, to hide his identity as Duan Lingtian, it was inconvenient for him to cast the 10,000 Swords territory since many people from the Zoroastrianism had seen him cast the 10,000 Swords territory. Is he really the black-robed man? The eyes of Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, lit up when he found out the black-robed man was the real black-robed man. He looked at the distorted and folded space in the distance with anticipation. At the same time, he began to pray in his heart. Elder Yu, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to kill him. I believe in you. Old Black Crow prayed again and again in his heart. As long as Yu Chun-Wu killed the black-robed man, he would indirectly avenge the Black Crow Alliance. From then on, the Black Crow Alliance would no longer have to be a coward. If the black-robed man was killed, the Black Crow Alliance would be able to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. For this reason, apart from Old Black Crow, the other members of the Black Crow Alliance were also praying that the black-robed man would be killed by Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. If one were to ask who was the calmest among the people present, it would be the three people who were hidden above the clouds. They were Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, Lu Jin, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. The three of them had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Wang Dingshan, an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance whose cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, they did not think Yu Chun-Wu was a match for Duan Lingtian. Although Yu Chun-Wu's strength was at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still no match for Wang Dingshan, who was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he be a match for the black-robed man when Wang Dingshan had been killed by the black-robed man? As expected. Soon after, Qing, Lu Jin, and Dong Guizhi saw through the clouds that the distorted and folded space had calmed down. Two figures who were originally hidden in the clouds could be seen. One of them was unharmed. The other person's body was severed into two. He was as dead as a doornail. The person who was unharmed was, naturally, Duan Lingtian, the black-robed man in the eyes of Qing, Dong Guizhi, and Dong Guizhi. Qing, Dong Guizhi, and Dong Guizhi had expected this, so they were not surprised. However, just because they were not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well. When the distorted and folded space calmed down, the surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone, including the upper echelons of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance, looked at the scene in front of them with shock and disbelief. In just a few breaths' time, the black-robed man had cast his divine ability. Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, had died? His body was severed into two? On the other hand, the black-robed man was unharmed? How powerful was he? The fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or even stronger? This was the thought that appeared in most of the people's minds. It lingered in their minds for a long time. Gasp! 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 When some of the people regained their senses, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air around the tear in the sky. It was like a wave that came one after another. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh! While most of the people were still in shock, the sound of air being torn apart rang in the air, causing many people to regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they saw the black-robed man. It only took a few breaths' time for the black-robed man to kill the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. He was flying toward the tear in the sky. In the next moment, the tear in the sky that looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast swallowed him. He went in! Is he not afraid of death? At this moment, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses. This was because Duan Lingtian's actions had further shocked them. He had just killed the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, and he had entered the tear in the sky without any hesitation. Many people admired such a person from the bottom of their hearts. It was Duan Lingtian's best choice to enter the tear in the sky before everyone regained their senses. This was because the Sun Saint origin in his body was almost depleted. If the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance made a move, even if they were just ordinary elders, Duan Lingtian would not be a match for them since he would need some time to recover his Sun Saint origin. Previously, when he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to kill Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance, he had exhausted most of his Sun Saint origin. Until now, he had not recovered much of it. Earlier, when he killed Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, he had exhausted most of his Sun Saint origin, causing him to be like an arrow at the end of its flight. For the sake of his own safety, before the high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance regained their senses, Duan Lingtian mobilized the remaining Sun Saint origin in his body and entered the tear in the sky. He entered the pseudo-realm left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian had no idea what was beyond the pseudo-realm. However, he had no other choice but to enter the pseudo-realm. If he did not enter the pseudo-realm and stayed outside for too long, even the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Xianming, would be able to tell he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Chapter 2134. Duan Lingtian had made the right choice at the most crucial moment. After entering the pseudo-realm, he was not worried about the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance catching up to him. According to Hulao, once one entered the pseudo-realm, one would be teleported to a random location. In other words, unless two or more people passed through the void rift at the same time and entered the pseudo-plane, there would be no chance of that happening. Otherwise, they would not be teleported to the same location. Before the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance could react, Duan Lingtian had already entered the pseudo-realm. Even if the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance caught up to him, they would not be teleported to the same location in the pseudo-realm. Therefore, he was not worried about being killed by the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Duan Lingtian's action of entering the pseudo-realm shocked the people outside again. The people outside were gathered because they could not muster up the courage to enter the pseudo-realm. They were worried there would be unknown dangers behind the pseudo-realm. After all, everyone only had one life. There was no second chance. Before they were certain their lives would not be in danger, they would not recklessly enter the pseudo-realm. Black-robed man! At the same time, Yin Xianming, the alliance leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, finally regained his senses. As soon as he regained his senses, he spat out these 3 words through gritted teeth. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they were in an eerie place. The high-ranking officials of the 100 Ghosts Alliance did not look too good either. Yu Chun Wu was the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, and yet he had died here. Not only did Yu Chun Wu's death cause the 100 Ghosts Alliance to lose face in front of everyone, it even weakened the 100 Ghosts Alliance's overall strength to a certain extent. If the mighty tyrannical alliance dared to pay a huge price to fight the 100 Ghosts Alliance, the 100 Ghosts Alliance would be destroyed. Mr. Blackrobe is right. The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance is just a clown. Qin Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, laughed. Although there was a hint of pity in his eyes, he was in a good mood. The upper echelons of the mighty tyrannical alliance also laughed with pity in their eyes. The higher-ups of the mighty tyrannical alliance found it a pity that the black-robed man had refused to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and become their vice-leader. The strength that the black-robed man had just displayed made them realize he was fully qualified to be the vice-leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. After a while, the people from the mighty tyrannical alliance looked at the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance with ridicule. Although they did not say anything, their gazes were sufficient to cause the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance to feel ashamed. This was especially true for Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance. Initially, he wanted to use Duan Lingtian to humiliate Qin Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. However, he did not expect that not only did he fail, but he also lost one of his generals. As the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chunwu was the strongest person in the 100 Ghosts Alliance other than himself, and the 3 vice-leaders. Such a person had died here. His death was worthless. At least, that was how he saw it. Qin Xuanba, don't be so smug. You still have a long way to go. Yin Xianming felt even more ashamed when he sensed the gazes of the surrounding people. He took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Qin Xianba. After leaving behind these harsh words, he retreated to the side with the 100 Ghosts Alliance. I'll be waiting, Qin Xuanba replied indifferently. He did not take Yin Xianming's words to heart at all. He was not afraid of the 100 Ghosts Alliance in the past. Now that they had lost Yu Chunwu, he was even less afraid of the weakened 100 Ghosts Alliance. Alliance leader Yin, you're really courageous. You actually dared to send an elder under your command to cause trouble for the black-robed man. When the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance separated and the scene fell silent, an indifferent voice resonated from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a pale-faced young man in brocade robes appeared in front of them. His footsteps were unsteady. A middle-aged man appeared at the same time. Young Alliance leader! As soon as the young man dressed in brocade robes appeared, Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, and Qin Xuanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. The young man dressed in brocade robes was none other than Qing, the young alliance leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. Under normal circumstances, a spoiled brat like Qing was not worthy of such treatment from the leaders of the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. However, the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance were slightly special since they were sectless cultivators under the 7 Kill Alliance. There were many sectless cultivators alliances in Sin City. However, there were only 3 sectless cultivators alliances at the top of the pyramid. The 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Under these 3 sectless cultivators alliances were the sectless cultivators alliances like the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. In order to survive and not be swallowed by the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, they had no choice but to rely on one of the sectless cultivators alliances. The 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance had chosen to rely on the 7 Kill Alliance. It was precisely because of this that the 2 sectless cultivators alliances were constantly fighting both openly and covertly for the sake of showing their prowess in front of the 7 Kill Alliance. As time passed, they had become a pair of mortal enemies. Qing was the young alliance leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. To a certain extent, he was also the young master of the 7 Kill Alliance. As the leaders of the 2 rogue cultivator alliances under the 7 Kill Alliance, Qin Xianba and Yin Xianming were naturally respectful when they saw Qing. They did not dare to slight him. After all, to a certain extent, they were also considered the 7 Kill Alliance's subordinates. Young alliance leader, I wonder, what do you mean by your words earlier? Yin Xianming looked at Qing and asked respectfully. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not forget Qing's words when he first appeared. Alliance leader Yin, you're really brave. You actually dared to ask your subordinates to look for trouble with the black-robed man. Based on Qing's words, it was obvious he knew the black-robed man was not someone to be trifled with. For this reason, Yin Xianming was puzzled. Although Qing's strength was ordinary, he was not afraid of ordinary people due to his noble status as the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. When Yin Xianming asked Qing this question, Chen Xuanba also looked at Qing. He could tell Qing was wary of the black-robed man. For this reason, he was curious as well. Why was the young alliance leader of the Seven Kill Alliance so afraid of the black-robed man? Not too long ago. Qing immediately looked at Dong Guizhi, the young alliance leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, when Yin Xianming and Chen Xuanba were puzzled. Wang Dingshan, an elder from the Thousand Years Alliance who was with Dong Guizhi, was killed by the black-robed man. When Dong Guizhi appeared, Chen Xuanba, Yin Xianming, and the others also appeared. Then they heard Qing's words. They were dumbfounded for a moment. When they saw Dong Guizhi appearing alone earlier, they were puzzled. How could the young alliance leader of the Thousand Years Alliance not have any bodyguards with him? However, when they heard Qing's words, they realized something. It was not that Dong Guizhi did not have any bodyguards with him, it was that the bodyguard had died. He was killed by the black-robed man. Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance? If I'm not mistaken, Wang Dingshan's cultivation base had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago, right? He's ranked at the 159th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a powerhouse was killed by the black-robed man? Heavens! Don't tell me the black-robed man is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Not necessarily. Even if he's an elite powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's not difficult for him to kill Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan is only at the bottom of the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the weakest powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage is not someone like Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, could compare to. I finally understand why young leader O from the 7 Kill Alliance said those words earlier. The people around the tear in the sky began to discuss among themselves again. They were shocked by the strength of the black-robed man that Duan Lingtian had disguised as. With Wang Dingshan as the foil, Duan Lingtian's deterrence was deeply rooted in their hearts. Humph! Dong Guizhi snorted coldly when he sensed the strange looks from the people around him. Then, he flew into the tear in the sky and disappeared. Young Alliance leader Donghua from the Thousand Years Alliance has also entered the tear in the tear in the tear in the sky. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Young Alliance leader, since you knew the black-robed man was powerful, why didn't you warn me earlier? Yin Xianming's expression was grave as he spoke in a low voice. If Qing had warned him earlier, he would not have allowed Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, to die. Yin Xianming, how dare you! As soon as Yin Xianming finished speaking, Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, said coldly, "Are you questioning the young alliance leader?" Yin Xianming's expression changed when he recalled Qing's identity. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Young alliance leader, I didn't mean it that way, humph." Qing glanced at Yin Xianming coldly before he motioned to Lu Jin. Both of them entered the tear in the sky. A commotion broke out in the surroundings again. Why did they enter the tear in the sky without any hesitation? Aren't they afraid of death? Many people were puzzled. Perhaps they know there's no danger in there, someone said. If there's no danger, let's not talk about the other sectless alliances. The mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance are sectless alliances under the 7 Kill Alliance. There's no reason why the 7 Kill Alliance didn't warn them, right? Chapter 2135. Based on what I know, both the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance willingly submitted to the 7 Kill Alliance. The people from the 7 Kill Alliance might not take them seriously. I think so too. Even if the people from the 7 Kill Alliance know there's no danger behind the tear in the void, they might not have warned them. After all, if there's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage behind the tear in the void, the people from the 7-Kill Alliance would be more eager for the people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance to not enter. That's right. If one more person goes in, one more person will get a share of the loot. It's understandable why the people from the 7-Kill Alliance didn't warn them. Many people discussed among themselves in the surroundings of the tear in the void. When their words reached the ears of the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, including Qin Xianba and Yin Xianming, they narrowed their eyes and their expressions darkened. This was because this was indeed the case. Qing is a good-for-nothing rich kid who's afraid of death. He didn't even frown when he entered the tear in the void. It seems like there's no danger behind the tear in the void. The eyes of Qin Xianba, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, flashed. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance behind him. If any of you still don't dare to enter, you can stay outside. As soon as Qin Xianba finished speaking, he flew into the tear in the void under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. When the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance regained their senses, they discovered their leader had already entered the tear in the void. Their eyes flashed as they followed him in. No one was an exception. This scene immediately caused another uproar. Qin Xianba is really fast. Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance, could naturally think of the things that Qin Xianba could think of. In fact, to a certain extent, he knew Qing better than Qin Xianba. He knew that Qing was far more afraid of death than the average person. However, Qing had entered the tear in the void without any hesitation. This was enough to prove there was no danger behind the tear in the void. In addition, in terms of strength, Qing was much weaker than him. Previously, whether it was Qin Xianba or Yin Xianming, none of them dared to enter the tear in the void. Although the high-ranking officials from the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered the tear in the void, they did not dare to enter. Among the high-ranking officials in the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, there were many powerhouses at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 powerhouses in each of the 3 great alliances. Apart from that, the leaders of the 3 major alliances were all at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, even though the higher-ups of the 3 rogue cultivator alliances wouldn't be in any danger when they entered the Void Rift, it didn't mean that the rest of them wouldn't be in any danger when they entered. Because of this, they didn't dare to enter. Now that they saw that even Qing, a hedonistic young master who feared death, entered the void crack without batting an eyelid, they no longer hesitated. Whoosh! 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 After a while, the people from the 100 Ghost Alliance, including Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghost Alliance, entered the Void Rift and disappeared from everyone's sight. The people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered as well. Many people exclaimed in surprise. As far as I know, Qing, the young leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, is a spoiled brat. Logically speaking, such a person should be afraid of death. If he dies, he won't be able to enjoy the benefits his father gave him. It was unknown who said this. As soon as he said this, many people immediately agreed with him. Does this mean the people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance don't think there's any danger in the Void Rift because of this? Many of the people present on the scene were smart. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. That should be the case. Since the people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered, why are we still hesitating? Let's go. Let's go in as well. Many people from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Sectless Cultivators followed suit and entered the Void Rift. One by one, they disappeared. In just a few moments, almost half of the people around the Void Rift had entered the Void Rift. Naturally, there were still many people who did not dare to enter the Void Rift. Some of them were still hesitating. Lord Alliance Leader, many people have entered the Void Rift. Should we enter as well? One of the high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance asked after a moment of hesitation as they looked at the Alliance leader, Black Crow Old Man. At this moment, Black Crow Old Man was still in a daze. The scene of the space twisting and folding earlier kept replaying in his mind. It was at that moment that Yu Chun-Wu, the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, was killed by the black-robed man. Apart from being the first elder of the 100 Ghost Alliance, Yu Chun-Wu was also ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a person was easily killed by the black-robed man. If he was weaker, how could he possibly fight against the black-robed man? Despair rose in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to kill the black-robed man and avenge the Black Crow Alliance's humiliation in this lifetime. Due to this reason, he was extremely unwilling to give up. He kept thinking about the earlier scene in an attempt to find something. However, no matter how many times he thought about it, he still could not find anything. He could not see what had happened in the space twisting and folding. Due to this reason, he could not see how the black-robed man had killed Yu Chun-Wu. HM? Black Crow Old Man regained his senses when he heard someone calling out to him. At the same time, he learned what had happened from the person who called out to him. Since Alliance Leader Chen from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Alliance Leader Yin from the 100 Ghost Alliance have entered the Void Rift, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. Let's go in as well. Black Crow Old Man decisively made up his mind before he led the people from the Black Crow Alliance into the tear in the void and disappeared from the crowd's sight. The people from the Black Crow Alliance have entered the Void Rift as well. The Alliance leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Black Crow Old Man, is famous in Sin City for being cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to look for trouble with the black-robed man. That's right. The black-robed man has killed many people from the Black Crow Alliance. He even killed the second strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance, Jiao Zhan. Logically speaking, he should hate the black-robed man a lot. However, he didn't make a move until now. He even asked the people from the Black Crow Alliance to wait patiently. Since such a cautious person has entered the tear in the void, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? When the people from the Black Crow Alliance entered the tear in the void, the people who were waiting outside followed suit. For a time, more than half of the people were gone. The remaining people were still hesitant. After all, they were unfamiliar with the tear in the void. They were not sure what they would encounter after they entered the tear in the void. It would be fine if they did not encounter any danger. However, if they did, they might even lose their lives. At the same time, many people arrived at the tear in the void. Tear in the void? At this moment, the eyes of an old man who had just arrived lit up. His voice was so excited that it was trembling. Tear in the void? Many people turned to look at the old man with a confused expression on their faces. When the old man saw the people looking at him, he straightened his back and cleared his throat before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a tear in the void. Usually, only a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would have a tear in the void as its entrance. I didn't think I'd be able to come across a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he did not wait for the others to react before he moved closer to the tear in the void and allowed it to swallow him. Did he say it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? A moment later, someone was the first to come back to his senses. While inhaling a breath of cold air, he could not help but mutter, "A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Doesn't that mean he's about to ascend?" More and more people regained their senses. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Based on what I know, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would have a higher level of energy in their body. With that level of energy, they would be able to create an independent space. Does this mean this tear in the void is the entrance to a space created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who has passed the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be so bored as to create a space to harm us. In that case, there's a high chance that the space behind the entrance contains his inheritance and treasures? Damn it! To think I hesitated for so long. If I had known earlier, I would have gone in with them. Sometimes, it's not always a good thing to be cautious. After the old man finished speaking, the people outside no longer had any reservations. They swarmed toward the tear in the void and entered it in groups of 3 to 5. The void crack was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could not eat its fill. It did not refuse anyone who came. After a few moments, there was no one outside. Although there were a few people, they hesitated for a moment before entering the tear in the void. After all, when they saw there was no one outside, they could tell the tear in the void was safe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 21:36. If Duan Lingtian was still outside the tear in the void, Hualao would have warned him immediately. The two people who were coming from different directions were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or above. Meng Hao, I didn't expect you to receive the news as well. One of them was an old woman with white hair. She was dressed in a gray robe and looked very ordinary. If she were to stand on the street, the bystanders would definitely think that she was an extremely ordinary old woman. Apart from that, she was holding a walking stick with a snake's head in her hand. She stood in the air as though she was standing on the ground. The snake's head on the walking stick was so lifelike that it looked like a real snake from afar. And now, this old woman's eyes were shining like bright stars. She took the initiative to greet the other person who had appeared with her. The other person was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He had a scholarly appearance, and his fair skin made him look like a pale-faced scholar. As he stood there, he emitted a cold aura that kept people at arm's length. It was as though he was warning people not to get close to him. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. However, even though he looked young, his actual age was already several hundred years. Naturally, with his cultivation base, he was considered young even if he was a few hundred years old. Although the old woman in front of him was not as strong as him, she had lived for almost 1,000 years. In terms of seniority, she could be his grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. Based on the way the old woman addressed the young man, it was obvious the young man's name was Meng Hao. It was also because Duan Lingtian was not here. If Duan Lingtian was here and found out the young man's cultivation base was at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to identify the young man immediately after hearing the young man's name. Meng Hao, known as the aloof scholar, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was one of the guardians of Sin City. Apart from that, Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that included almost all the prominent powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. The fact that Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking showed just how powerful he was. Only you, Granny Snake, are allowed to get information, but I, Meng Hao, am not allowed to get it? When he heard the old woman take the initiative to greet him, Meng Hao immediately responded in an extremely impolite manner. His tone did not show any fear towards the old woman just because she was older than him. Madame Snake was a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Similar to Meng Hao, she was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who frequented Sin City. She was also one of the guardians of Sin City. However, although she was twice as old as Meng Hao, her strength was still somewhat lacking compared to Meng Hao's. This could be seen from her ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Madame Snake was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, although her strength was not as strong as Meng Hao's, that was only in front of Meng Hao. In front of others, her strength was extremely terrifying. How could someone who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking not be terrifying? Whoosh! As soon as Meng Hao finished speaking, he did not wait for Madame Snake's reply before he entered the tear in the void in a flash. Humph! Madame Snake was, naturally, annoyed by Meng Hao's impoliteness. She scoffed when Meng Hao entered the tear in the void. Then, she did not hesitate and entered the tear in the void as well. Not long after the two of them entered the tear in the void, another 4 people arrived one after another. Moreover, the speed of these 4 people was not any slower than Meng Hao and Madame Snake. These people were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage, or above in Sin City. However, unlike Meng Hao and Madame Snake, these powerhouses had arrived at different times. They did not encounter each other, so there was no conflict between them. When the people from Sin City entered the tear in the void and entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage, many people from Sin City had already left their sections. Many people from various forces left Sin City and returned to their respective sects to spread the news. It's suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage. Moreover, it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. All the powerful forces near Sin City, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were alerted by the news. For a time, apart from a portion of the powerhouses who stayed behind, the rest of the powerhouses swarmed out. Their target was the northern side of Sin City. While the powerhouses from these forces entered the tear in the void and entered the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was in a pseudo-realm behind a tear in the void. He was going through layers and layers of tests. There were all sorts of tests, and all of them were progressive. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became. I wonder what the outcome will be if I fail these tests. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling curious, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! 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 At the entrance to the pseudo-realm that Duan Lingtian was in, outside the tear in the void to the north of Sin City, several figures appeared out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, one would see that there were 3 groups of people. The owners of these figures were divided into 3 groups of people. Each group of people was wearing the same clothes. They were all exclusive clothes. People from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance? The appearance of these people instantly alarmed many experts from various forces around Sin City. These experts guessed the identities of the people who had appeared out of thin air from the exclusive attire they wore. Damn it! I can't go in! Soon after, one of the people from the 7 Kill Alliance tried to enter the pseudo-realm behind the tear in the void again. However, he discovered the tear in the void no longer accepted him. Instead, a force pushed him out and blocked him. It's useless! At this moment, an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect shook his head and said, If it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the independent realm that's the treasure vault must have set up strict rules according to that powerhouse's will. Powerhouses at that level usually set up tests in the treasure vault they left behind. Those who are eliminated from the tests will be sent out of the independent realm, and won't be able to enter again. Based on the words of the Black Kshetra sect's elder, it could be seen that he was knowledgeable and multi-talented. As an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint land, it was only natural that he knew more than ordinary sectless cultivators. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance who were eliminated looked at each other and smiled wryly. What kind of tests will we face in there? Soon after, the high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, could not help but ask the high-ranking officials from the 3 great alliances in Sin City. Naturally, the latter would not tell them the truth. As sectless cultivators, they instinctively ostracized the high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. However, although they remained silent, they did not leave. Instead, they waited quietly at the side for the people from their respective alliances to come out. This was an order given by the leaders of their respective unaffiliated cultivators' alliances early in the morning. Even if they were eliminated, they were not allowed to leave. This was to prevent their allies from obtaining treasures. The high-ranking officials from the various forces, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, were not surprised by the silence of the people from the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. After all, they were only asking casually. They would be surprised if the people from the 3 great alliances answered. Bang! Behind the tear in the void, in the pseudo-realm created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and punched a giant that was emitting devil chi. When the giant was sent flying, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared as though it was never there. It seems like the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a solemn expression on his face after he passed another test. Let me take a look. At this moment, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I discovered 3 different auras in this pseudo-realm. These 3 different auras are the source of this pseudo-realm. 3 different auras? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was confused. His eyes were filled with confusion. I think this pseudo-realm isn't created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It's the product of 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Elder Hua's voice continued to sound. His tone was full of certainty, and there was no room for doubt. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. The pseudo-realm he was in was not created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It was created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. What did this mean? Elder Hua, do you mean that in this pseudo-plane? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. However, when he spoke again, his voice was slightly trembling with excitement. That's right. Chapter 2137. Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Hua Lao's words. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian had thought the pseudo-realm he was in was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He had thought the pseudo-realm he was in was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain the treasures left behind by the powerhouse. However, Hua Lao had just told him that there were 3 powerhouses in the pseudo-realm. It was not one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation but 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. They had worked together to create this pseudo-realm. A pseudo-realm created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. There must be treasures and inheritances left behind by the 3 of them. The treasures left behind by 3 powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mundane realm must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. It took him a long time to calm down. He could not help but feel excited at this moment. After all, the place he was in was not just a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It was a treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Since they created this independent pseudo-realm together before they ascended to the heaven ascension, it shows that they have a good relationship. They must have left behind something they obtained in the mundane realms that they can't bring to the Devata realms. Those treasures might be nothing to them after they ascended to the Devata realms, but they must be rare treasures in the mundane realms. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian's mood that had calmed down slightly became agitated again. Moreover, during the subsequent tests, Duan Lingtian could not completely calm his surging emotions. There were a few times when his mind wandered off. Fortunately, the following tests were not too difficult for him. It's already a little strenuous. The subsequent tests will definitely be more difficult. I wonder when these tests will come to an end. After passing another difficult test, Duan Lingtian immediately discarded all distracting thoughts, and did not dare to be distracted again. So far, he had passed many tests. These tests had appeared out of thin air in front of him not long after he entered this pseudo-realm. He had no choice but to face them head-on. The test was very simple at the beginning, but it got more and more difficult as it progressed. By now, even Duan Lingtian was feeling a little strained. Of course, the reason why he felt this strenuous was because he was far from using his full strength. Not only did he not use his full strength, he even had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Continue! As the void in front of him trembled, the next test arrived as scheduled. 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian, pressuring Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. His expression turned solemn as he began to focus. At this point, he had no choice but to focus. If he was not careful, he would be eliminated. Based on the information that Hualao had gathered about this pseudo-realm and the consequences of being eliminated here, Duan Lingtian knew that if he was eliminated, he would be sent out of this pseudo-realm. Apart from that, he would not be able to enter again if he was sent out. In that case, he would miss out on the treasures left behind by the 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Just the thought of it made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. For this reason, he did not dare to be careless in the next test. He began to take it seriously. Whoosh! 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 When the 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air, the void around Duan Lingtian began to tremble. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Black Tortoise's Barrier! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian cast his defensive divine ability. This was the first divine ability he had cast since he entered the pseudo-realm. This was the first defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism. As soon as he cast his divine ability, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. It was like a gigantic beast from the ancient times, protecting Duan Lingtian. If he wanted to touch Duan Lingtian, he would have to go through the black tortoise's silhouette. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering roars, the 10 gigantic beasts that appeared out of thin air pounced toward Duan Lingtian one after another. A terrifying energy surged out of their bodies, causing the void to tremble. The sound of friction rang in the air as it stirred up a strong wind that transformed into a powerful shockwave. The shockwave wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding void to tremble again as though it would collapse at any time. The 10 gigantic beasts attacked at the same time. 10 surges of energy merged together, causing the sun and moon to dim in just a blink of an eye. It was as though dark clouds were pressing down on Duan Lingtian. The 10 surges of energy that converged together descended in unison and blasted onto the black tortoise's silhouette that protected Duan Lingtian. Instantly, boom! 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 The black tortoise's silhouette trembled violently as a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It rose and fell like a sailboat that had crashed on the calm sea, causing turbulent waves to rise on the surface of the sea. A few moments later, the black tortoise's silhouette was on the verge of collapsing like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, at this moment, the energy from the 10 gigantic beasts had been depleted. I managed to stop it. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, as expected of the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism. I've only been in the rudimentary mastery for a while, but I can already display such a powerful defensive ability. At the same time, the black tortoise's silhouette that was at the end of its flight disappeared without a trace with just a thought from Duan Lingtian. It was as though it was never there. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword appeared in his hand. As soon as he let go of his hand, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword immediately flew out as though it was being guided by an invisible force toward the 10 gigantic beasts. It was the sword-wielding art that was given to Duan Lingtian by casting the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the sword wielding with the heart. The sword wielded with the heart. The sword-wielding art that I'm casting now is even more powerful than the most powerful sword technique in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Whoosh! As the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air, a sword ray flashed and drew a circle in the air in just a blink of an eye. During this process, the gigantic beasts that were in the path of the sword ray shattered into pieces. This meant that Duan Lingtian had passed another test. It's closed. At this moment, Hua Lao's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. It's closed? What's closed? The entrance to this pseudo-realm has been closed. Hua Lao replied. The entrance has been closed? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does this mean that from now on, no one will enter this pseudo-realm? Yes, Hua Lao replied. After receiving confirmation, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited. Now that the entrance to the pseudo-realm had been closed, it meant that no one would enter and compete with him. There would be no more competitors. As far as he was concerned, this was a matter of great benefit and no harm. However, I've been here for quite some time now. The entrance to the pseudo-realm has just closed. I'm afraid the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces around Sin City have received the news and sent their men here. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but frown for a moment before relaxing again. In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had gone to face the next test. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the pseudo-realm, a group of people who had been eliminated watched as the tear in the void gradually closed. In the end, it completely disappeared before their eyes. The entrance has closed? Immediately, the pupils of the people guarding outside shrank involuntarily. After a while, more people from the forces around Sin City arrived. When they realized they were too late, they beat their chests and stomped their feet in frustration. Damn it! I can't believe I missed it. I was so close. A dozen breaths of time. Just a dozen breaths of time. That's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. I can't believe I missed it. Am I really that unlucky? After a while, more people arrived. When they found out the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation had closed, they regretted not coming earlier. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind blew past. 2 young men appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Young leader! Young leader! When the 2 young men appeared, the 2 groups of people outside immediately greeted them respectfully. Of the 2 young men, one of them was wearing a brocade robe. His body was thin and frivolous, and his face was pale. He looked like a spoiled brat. The other person was wearing a feather fan and a silk headscarf. He was dressed like a scholar, but he looked a little wretched now. He was not as elegant as he usually was. These 2 young men were none other than Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Chapter 2138. It's Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. They've been eliminated as well? Qing and Dong Guizhi's appearance attracted the attention of many people. Some of the sectless cultivators who had been eliminated recognized them. Novels? R? A? N? E? N? O? R? G? Qing and Dong Guizhi's expressions turned grave when they sensed the gazes on them. They were so close. They were so close to passing the test. However, they had failed at the critical moment. They couldn't accept this, they couldn't accept it. Of course, if they knew that there were more tests waiting for them that seemed to be endless and even more difficult than before, they might not think in such a way. Dong Guizhi, you're eliminated at the same time as me. It seems like you're not as strong as the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. After Qing caught his breath, he looked at Dong Guizhi and said mockingly, Didn't you say I'm a good-for-nothing rich kid in the past? As the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, you're not much stronger than a good-for-nothing rich kid like me. Qing had not forgotten how Dong Guizhi had instigated the black-robed man to kill him. He had only kept it to himself. Now that he finally had a chance to mock Dong Guizhi, naturally, He would not miss it. O Qing! Dong Guizhi was furious when he heard O Qing's mocking words. However, he was speechless. He was not the only one who looked down on O Qing. Even the sectless cultivators in Sin City felt O Qing was inferior to him. Dong Guizhi was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it when he sensed the strange gazes on him. O Qing smiled when he saw this. He felt it was worth it to be eliminated. Swoosh! 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 Soon after, figures began to appear one after another. They were none other than the people who had been eliminated. Initially, those who were eliminated were at the first form and second form of the Saint's celestial stage. However, even those at the third form of the Saint's celestial stage were eliminated. Elder Yu! Elder Shao! As the two figures appeared, O Qing and Dong Guizhi exclaimed almost at the same time. The people who caused O Qing and Dong Guizhi to exclaim in surprise were an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance and an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Of course, if it were just ordinary elders in their respective alliances, it wouldn't be enough to make them lose their composure. The reason why they lost their composure was because these two elders were not simple. At the very least, they were not simple in their respective alliances. Isn't this Elder Yu Zhong from the 7 Kill Alliance? This is Elder Xiaopeng from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Yu Zhong and Xiaopeng aren't ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint's celestial stage. They're both ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Their strength is even slightly stronger than the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chun Wu. Who would have thought that someone as strong as them would also be eliminated? The treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage who seemed to have passed the heavenly tribulation has such a high elimination rate. I'm afraid there won't be many people left in there. I think so too. Most of the people in the surroundings were also people who had been eliminated. Now they were all sighing. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. All of them had one thing in common. All of them were below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance have all been eliminated. The powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance have also been eliminated. Apart from that, the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage from the other alliances have also been eliminated. Currently, only the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and a few other forces are still in there. I'm sure they didn't stay in there for long. They're still in there because they entered later. That must be the case. As the crowd whispered among themselves, the powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and a few other forces were also eliminated. As expected, there should be no powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage left in there. As expected of a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The elimination rate is insane. It seems like those below the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage won't be able to lay their hands on the treasures inside. This threshold is too high. At this moment, 90% of the people who were left outside were those who had been eliminated. Most of them had a bitter and helpless expression on their faces as they discussed among themselves. To be honest, they did not want to be eliminated. However, there were some things that they could not control. However, the tests inside are really insane. Not only are they harder than the previous ones, but there seems to be no end to them. That's right. If there are more tests, even ordinary powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage would be eliminated. Many powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint's celestial stage, who had been eliminated, smiled wryly. Among the group of people who were eliminated, they were the ones who felt the most indignant. As time passed, there were still no powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage who were eliminated. At this moment, they realized the tests they had to go through must be the last few tests. In fact, it might even be the last test. That black-robed man. He's really at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage. Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, looked around and asked around. He discovered that the enemy of the Black Crow Alliance was indeed a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint's celestial stage or above. Earlier, he had only made a guess. He still harbored some hope in his heart. Now, that trace of hope in his heart had completely collapsed and shattered into pieces. From today onward, all of you must let go of your hatred for the black-robed man. From today onward, the Black Crow Alliance will no longer be the Oriole who takes advantage of others. Old Black Crow decisively transmitted his order to the high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance when he realized they would never be a threat to the black-robed man. The high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance did not object to his order. Even the strongest leader of the Black Crow Alliance was afraid of the black-robed man's strength, let alone the high-ranking officials. The group of people outside the Black Crow Alliance was unaware of this. At this moment, there was a group of people who were bored in the pseudo-realm left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian was among these people. When can I get out of here? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a sealed space. The space was not big. It could only accommodate 2 adults at most. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Duan Lingtian had tried to break out of this sealed space. However, even after he had used all his techniques, he still could not break out of this sealed space. In this completely sealed space, he couldn't touch it at all, but it was able to restrict his body and trap him firmly inside, making it impossible for him to escape. Hualao, what's this space made of? Why can't my strength touch it? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao about this. This space is a product of the pseudo-realm. As long as you're in the pseudo-realm, you're bound to be trapped by it. You won't be able to break free no matter what you do. However, if you're a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage who has passed the heavenly tribulation and can leave this pseudo-realm, this space won't be able to bind you. This was Hualao's answer to Duan Lingtian. According to Hualao, it was impossible to break free from this space. Even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to break free from this space since they would not be able to leave this pseudo-realm. A powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation and a powerhouse who had passed the heavenly tribulation were on a completely different level. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately dismissed the idea of leaving this space. What a joke! Did he not hear Hualao say that even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to break free from this space? A powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would only need to lift a finger to kill him. If it was a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage who mainly cultivated the soul and specialized in soul attacks, they would only need a thought to kill him. However, the test before I was locked in here was really difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that my son's saint origin had mostly recovered after entering this pseudo-realm, I might not have been able to pass the test even if I used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Fear still lingered in Duan Lingtian's heart when he recalled the test he encountered earlier. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not have been able to pass the test. After passing the test, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. When he regained his senses, he was already in this strange space. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Now, he wasn't the only one who was locked in such a space. Even the other people who had passed a series of tests like him were locked in the same space. The leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, the Eternal Alliance, and the 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage, Menghao and Granny Snake, were also locked in here. As for the rest of the people who had passed the series of tests, they were also trapped. No one was an exception. It was as though they were waiting for those who had not passed the test. Congratulations, you've passed the elimination test. After some time, a voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 2139. Who's that? Duan Lingtian began to look around when he heard the voice. However, He could not see anyone. It was as though the voice had come out of nowhere. 81 Omega. I know that you must be very curious about who I am. I am one of the founders of this space that you are in. The owner of the voice seemed to know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. He continued to say, I'm sure you're curious as to why I said I'm one of the founders of this realm. The voice paused for a moment when he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian was not curious at all. He had learned about this through Hua Lao's reminder. The pseudo-realm he was in was created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, even though Duan Lingtian was not curious, it did not mean the others were not curious as well. One of the founders? The owner of the voice said he's one of the founders of this realm? Whether it was the sectless powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City, the Karmapa at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Black Kshetra sect, or the powerhouses at or above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Previously, they had thought the realm they were in was created by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, the voice that had appeared out of nowhere was telling them the truth. He was one of the founders of this realm. When this voice sounded in everyone's ears, it was also when everyone who passed the elimination test was trapped in a similar strange space. Obviously, it was not a coincidence. Now, the people in this pseudo-plane had either passed the test or been eliminated. The reason I said I'm one of the founders of this realm is because I'm not the only one who created this realm. The voice continued to ring in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jingdong Ji. Before this space was created, I had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, I've already passed the heavenly tribulation and was about to ascend. When the owner of the voice spoke up to this point, those who already knew what was going on, including Duan Lingtian, were not surprised at all since they already knew about this. Those who did not know this beforehand were now both shocked and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked. The person who left this space behind was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He was pleasantly surprised. Since this was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, there must be more treasures here. What a joke! How could a treasure left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary? As I said earlier, I am only one of the creators of this space. This space was created by me and 2 other friends. My 2 friends had successfully passed the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like me before they created this space. The voice rang again. This time, apart from Duan Lingtian, the others were stunned. Even the powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City and the Karmapa from Black Kshetra sect were in a daze like the rest of the people present. Naturally, they were powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, so they quickly regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but feel shocked. This treasure vault was left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. In other words, there are all kinds of treasures and inheritances left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation before they ascended. Although they were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they could not help but feel their breaths quicken when they thought about this. The others, such as the leaders of the 7-Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, the elders of the Black Kshetra sect and other forces, and many rogue cultivators from the City of Sin, finally regained their senses. They were both shocked and overjoyed. A treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation. I didn't think I'd be able to come across such a good thing in my lifetime. I've really struck gold this time. Each of the experts who were trapped in their own independent space was inexplicably excited. It wasn't until that voice was heard again that they gradually calmed down. The 3 of us have left everything we obtained in our lives and some of our cultivation experiences in this space. Naturally, only the people who make it to the end will be able to obtain the things we left behind. However, there's a high chance that all of you will be able to obtain it since all of you have successfully passed the elimination test. Apart from the 3 of you, everyone else has been eliminated. Naturally, it's still too early for all of you to celebrate. The elimination test is only the first test we set up. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded when they heard this. There were so many tests before this, but it's only the first test. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as a bitter smile appeared on his face. The others were speechless as well. After a moment of speechlessness, they began to discuss among themselves. What a joke! There were so many tests before this, but it's only the first test. Are you kidding me? Based on the difficulty of the tests, it's impossible for one to make it to the end without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, I'm afraid there's no one below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in this independent space. Although only a few people said it out loud, it was the same thought that almost everyone had. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, Duan Lingtian did not think this way. He did not think this way because he knew his own strength. He knew there was still a long way to go before he broke through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, his cultivation base was only close to breaking through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not even broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. This was Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. It was also the result of his cultivation in Sin City for the past 6 months. In the eyes of others, the results of his cultivation were frightening, but he himself was not very satisfied. Too weak. I'm still too weak. Even if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword and use all my strength, I can only kill an ordinary powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If it's a powerhouse at the peak of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the most I can do is injure him severely. However, if it's a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, I'm not a match for him at all. When Duan Lingtian heard the owner of the voice, the person who called himself Xingdongji, said the tests he had gone through were only the first test, Duan Lingtian immediately felt immense pressure. The first trial had already forced him to use all his strength. How difficult would the second trial be? After the second test, would there be a third test, or even a fourth test? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. Next, you'll leave this place and appear in another place. You'll meet up with the others at that place. Naturally, you'll only be working with those who are still here. All of you will be divided into 3 groups. Each group will have to pass an independent trial. After the second test, only 2 batches of people will remain from the 3 batches. The remaining batches of people will be eliminated. When Xingdongji finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others did not react at all. After all, it was normal for a group of people to be eliminated in the second trial. However, what Xingdongji said next caused their expressions to change in unison. When the second trial begins, those who are eliminated won't be kicked out of this space. They'll only have one path, and that's death. Death. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others could not help but change their expressions. They would have to die when the second trial began? For a moment, many of the weaker cultivators regretted coming here. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was at the bottom of the pack. However, he did not regret his decision at all. Instead, he began to think about other things. According to what that Xingdongji said, the second trial will be divided into 3 groups of people. Every group of people will be one body? Advance and retreat together? Either all of us will be eliminated or all of us will pass? Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought about this. If he did not rely on his own strength, it was not impossible for him to pass the second trial. As long as the people in the same group as him were strong, he would be able to pass the second trial. There were also quite a few people who realized this point later. I hope the people in the same group as me are stronger. That way, I'll have a higher chance of passing the second trial. Oh my God! Give me a few more powerhouses at the 7th level of the Saint's celestial stage or higher. Many people with a weaker cultivation base were praying inwardly. As for those who were stronger, apart from those who were more arrogant, it did not matter who was in the same group as them. The remaining people were also praying inwardly. They hoped that Qingdongji would not be assigned with too many weak companions. Otherwise, they would drag him down and drag him down with them. Now I announce. Chapter 2140. Let the second test begin! Almost as soon as Qingdongji's voice left his mouth, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. When light entered his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious cavern. At first glance, the cavern was completely sealed. There was no entrance or exit, and it was completely barren. The cavern was barren because it was filled with sand and rocks. There was not even a hint of green in sight. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. It was completely barren. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the cavern, along with the sound of wind breaking, many other people appeared in the cavern at the same time. When they first appeared, they instinctively observed the cavern just like Duan Lingtian did. The cavern was spacious and barren. It only took a few glances for them to see the end of the cavern. However, it was precisely this cave that gave many of them a certain amount of pressure, causing them to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. After all, this was the second test. The first test was already considered extremely difficult for many of them. The second test would definitely be even more difficult. For this reason, there must be many unknown dangers hidden in this inconspicuous cavern. The unknown was always the scariest. Due to this reason, they could not help but feel fearful. I wonder who are the people who are assigned to the same group as me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he regained his senses and shifted his gaze to the group of people who appeared in the cavern with him. These people would be his companions in the second test. The second test was a group test. Those who were assigned to the same group would advance and retreat together. Once they were eliminated, only death would await them. It could be said that all of them were grasshoppers tied to the same rope. When Duan Lingtian looked at the others, most of them were also looking around, scrutinizing the people who appeared in the cavern with them. Their current thoughts were similar to that of Duan Lingtian. In the second test, the quality of their companions would directly affect whether they would be able to smoothly pass the second test. Because once they failed, only death would await them. Thus, they were all under great pressure. Lord Bailey! Suddenly, a thin middle-aged man in a green cloak saw another young man in a white robe, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he revealed a surprised expression and exclaimed in a low voice. Never had he imagined that he would be allocated together with this person in the second test. Lord Bailey? As the thin middle-aged man in a green cloak spoke, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their gazes to the white-robed young man in unison. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was cold. He stood there motionless like a mountain, and he gave people a feeling that he was unapproachable. There was a deep red Jusha mole in between the young man's eyebrows. It was particularly eye-catching. He stood there, giving people a sense of reality and an ethereal feeling at times. It was as though he was a celestial being who was out of this world. It's really Lord Bailey. A sectless cultivator powerhouse from Sin City said in a trembling voice after taking a closer look. There was no lack of excitement in his voice. He had stayed in Sin City for hundreds of years, and he was fortunate enough to see the white-robed young man in front of him once. It left a deep impression on him, so he immediately recognized the other party and confirmed the other party's identity. I can't believe I'm actually allocated together with Lord Bailey. With Lord Bailey here, the second test is definitely useless. Another sectless cultivator said excitedly. For rogue cultivators like them, Bailey was a godlike existence. Lord Bailey? Don't tell me he's Bailey from Sin City? Many people narrowed their eyes. While their eyes were filled with shock, there was also a hint of excitement on their faces. He's Bailey? He's one of the 3 most powerful guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The peerless powerhouse who's ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian's attention was also on Bai Li when everyone was looking at him. He could not help but feel shocked. If the person before him was the Bai Li he knew, then, in that case, apart from Elder Hua, the person before him was the most powerful person he had ever come into contact with. Bai Li was one of the 3 most powerful powerhouses in Sin City. He was also one of the most powerful sectless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking had even entered the top 10. He was ranked 9th. What did it mean to be ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Lord Bai Li! Lord Bai Li! After the people present on the scene confirmed Bai Li's identity, some of them were so excited that their faces turned red. They immediately bowed at Bai Li like a group of subjects bowing before a supreme emperor. Green Bat King! When the crowd's gazes landed on Bai Li, and many people bowed respectfully to Bai Li ignored them. Instead, she looked at the cyan-cloaked middle-aged man. This middle-aged man in a green cloak was also the first to discover him and recognize him. Now, when Bai Li looked at him and greeted him, she nodded politely. Who's that? How did Lord Bai Li notice him? Previously, when Bai Li's gaze landed on the middle-aged man in the green cloak, many people were surprised and confused. Green Bat King! The moment Bai Li's words left his mouth, most of the people, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel shocked. In an instant, the gazes of many people locked onto the middle-aged man in the green cloak. The middle-aged man was skinny. He was not tall, and his head was small. He gave off a sneaky vibe. And it was this kind of person who stood there, ethereal and unfathomable. He's one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Green Bat King, Wei So? Someone was the first to come back to his senses and couldn't help but gasp. That's right! At this moment, someone said proudly, This is the Green Bat King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lord Wei So! This person was an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Green Bat King, Wei So, is one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength is at the bottom of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he's still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 24th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, information about the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Lord Bai Li, I didn't expect you and I would be assigned to the same place. It's fate. Even Wei So, the great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had a warm expression on his face when he spoke to Bai Li. What a joke! Not only was Bai Li a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, only their sect leader was stronger than Bai Li. How could he dare to be careless when facing such a person? Although Wei So and Bai Li were both at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Wei So knew he was much weaker than Bai Li. Yes. Bai Li nodded indifferently. He was cold to Wei So, the great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Wei So did not mind Bai Li's indifference at all. All powerhouses had their own pride. With Bai Li's strength, he was already giving Wei So a face by not looking down on him. Wei So knew this very well. I didn't expect to be assigned to the same place as Lord Bai Li and Lord Wei So. With the 2 of them around, the second test will be a piece of cake. Soon someone said so. His words immediately received the approval of many people. A piece of cake? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. According to Jingdong Ji, one of the 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the people in the pseudo realm would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups would have to undergo the second test. Only death awaited those who failed. Only 2 groups of people would be able to pass the second test and advance to the third test. The 3 groups of people in the second test aren't randomly assigned. Perhaps they're assigned based on the overall strength of the group? 3 groups of people, and the combined strength of each group is about the same? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hua Lao when he thought of this. Elder Hua quickly gave him a reply. The rules in this pseudo-realm are set by the Creator. Usually, group tests like this are fair. The overall strength of each group should be about the same. Hua Lao's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's conjecture. There were powerhouses like Bai Li and Wei Suo in their group. There was no doubt the other 2 groups of people had powerhouses like them as well. Therefore, it was still too early to think that this group of people would definitely pass the second round of the test. Chapter 2141. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was clear-headed. A tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe said with a frown, "We have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage here. Don't tell me the other 2 groups don't have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if the entrance to this space is closed, do you think Lord Bai Li and Karmapa Wei Suo are the only powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this space?" As soon as the middle-aged man said this, the people who were originally excited seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. After a shudder, they suddenly came back to their senses. He has a point. There must be more than 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this space. That's right. Put aside the Zhuangzi Buddhism, there are almost 10 sectless powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. They must have been alerted by what happened here. I'm sure all of them are here. Let alone all of them, even if 2 or 3 of them aren't here, there aren't many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our group. Moreover, it's very likely that the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the other Karmapa are here as well. Does this mean we won't necessarily have an advantage in the second trial? Although I don't want to admit it, that seems to be the case. As the crowd began to whisper to each other, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat stifling. This person seems to resemble Dong Guiji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. While the others were whispering among themselves, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the middle-aged man who shared the same opinion as him. He discovered the middle-aged man's features resembled Dong Guiji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Apart from that, I can sense a majestic aura from him. It's obvious he has been in a high position for a long time. Don't tell me he's... Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing the identity of the middle-aged man before him, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted his thoughts. Isn't that the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Gui? This was the cry of a rogue cultivator from the city of Sin. Immediately, more people recognized the middle-aged man. It really is him. This also confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Earlier, Duan Lingtian noticed the middle-aged man resembled Dong Guiji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. Coupled with the imposing aura the middle-aged man exuded, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the middle-aged man's identity. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Gui. A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. Actually, many of the sectless cultivators present recognized Dong Gui. The reason they did not recognize him immediately was because Bai Li and Wei Suo had overshadowed him. Under normal circumstances, as the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, and a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking, Dong Gui should be the center of attention. However, compared to Bai Li, one of the strongest sectless cultivators in Sin City, and Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 demon kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Dong Gui's achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, no one had noticed him for a period of time earlier. Compared to Bai Li and Wei Suo, Dong Gui's presence was much weaker than Bai Li and Wei Suo's. Isn't this He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? Everyone's attention shifted from Dong Gui, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, to another person. This person was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. His appearance was ordinary, but his aura was otherworldly. At first glance, he gave off a refreshing feeling. He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? When many people recognized the middle-aged scholar, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him as well. Duan Lingtian had heard of He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Apart from being the sect leader of a first-rate sect, He Fei was also ranked 55th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Similar to Dong Wei, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, He Fei was also at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, his strength was still slightly inferior to Dong Wei's. This was the reason he was ranked lower than Dong Wei on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from being a first-rate sect, the Forgotten Dust sect was also a force near Sin City. For this reason, the crowd was not surprised to see He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, here. After all, He Fei had the time to come here when he heard about this. However, they were surprised to see He Fei in the same group as them. This meant there were two powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage among them. Black-robed man! You're the black-robed man! All of a sudden, a voice broke the silence. It was a sectless cultivator from Sin City. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression on his face. Black-robed man? A few other sectless cultivators turned to look at Duan Lingtian as well. Similar expressions could be seen on their faces. This black-robed man passed the first test and is still here? I thought the black-robed man's cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. It seems like I've underestimated him. His cultivation base is at least at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A hint of surprise could be heard in the sectless cultivators' voices when they spoke. Black-robed man! Everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. They were curious about the black-robed man who had caused a commotion in Sin City recently. Bai Li and Wei So were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. When their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian could feel a powerful aura emanating from Wei So's body. It was obvious Wei So wanted to test him. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted inwardly as he activated the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He seemed to have transformed into an unsheathed sword as he easily broke through Wei So's aura that enveloped him. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Eh? Wei So could not help but exclaim in surprise when he noticed this. He looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said indifferently, I've long heard about the black-robed man in Sin City. Now that I've met him, he really lives up to his name. You flatter me, Holy King Wei. Although Duan Lingtian was infuriated by Wei So's probing, he did not show it on his face. He suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be polite as he replied. Wei So was not only the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, but he was also a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs and behave in front of such a powerhouse. No matter how angry he was, he could only endure it for now. The second test is called Live and Die Together. At this moment, Xingdong Ji, one of the 3 people who created the pseudo-realm, spoke again. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard his voice clearly. You're right. Live and die together. At once, Duan Lingtian and the others felt their hearts tremble violently. The second test is divided into multiple tests. In these tests, if one person in the same group dies, the rest will be killed by the killing formation we left in this space. If one person dies in one of the groups, the rest of the group will be annihilated as well. The other 2 groups will be able to advance and participate in the third test. Before a person dies, the second trial will not end on its own. Xingdong Ji's voice stopped when he reached this point. For a time, the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a solemn expression on their faces. Even Bai Li and Wei So had a solemn expression on their faces. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. They did not feel any pressure when it came to protecting themselves. However, based on Xingdong Ji's words, it seemed like they were not only protecting themselves, they had to protect the others in the second test as well. If one person died, the rest of the group would have to die as well. There were 3 groups of people in total. The first group to die would be eliminated. The remaining 2 groups would be able to advance. All of you, come closer to me and Lord Bailey, Wei Suo said solemnly to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others moved closer when they heard this. The second test, live and die together, meant that all of them were bound together. He feared life all his life, and feared death when faced with death. No matter what test we face next, apart from me, Lord Bailey, Alliance Leader Donghua, and Sect Leader He, the rest of you, do not take the initiative to attack unless absolutely necessary, and do not stray too far from us. Wei Suo ordered as Duan Lingtian and the others approached. No one had any objections to Wei Suo's decision. After all, the second test was more about preserving one's life than how quickly they passed the tests. What they had to do was persevere until one of the other 2 groups was killed. It was most appropriate for the next test to be carried out by the 4 strongest people. They're here! Duan Lingtian and the others were taken aback when they heard Bai Li's words. They were already a little nervous. When they heard Bai Li's words, they became even more nervous. Dong! 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 Chapter 2142. As the sound of drums reverberated in the air, silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the spacious cave. These silhouettes were tall and big. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were armored soldiers with spears in their hands. As soon as these soldiers appeared, a tall and big horse appeared under each of them. They had been promoted from infantry to cavalry. Soon after, the group of cavalrymen formed neat rows with their spears in their hands. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Although they did not speak or move, they still exuded an oppressive aura just by standing there. There are exactly 100 cavalrymen. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian had accurately calculated the number of cavalrymen in front of him. There were exactly 100 cavalrymen. Apart from that, the tall and big horses they're riding aren't simple as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked down at the 100 tall and big horses riding on the 100 cavalrymen. Kill! The 100 cavalrymen charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others as deafening battle cries reverberated in the air. When they got close to them, they surrounded them as though they were wrapping dumplings. During this entire process, the speed of the galloping of the 100 tall horses verified Duan Lingtian's guess from before. The speed of these tall and big horses was comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 cavalrymen arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they were only a few dozen meters away from them. Duan Lingtian and many others felt their hearts skip a beat. Bang! A series of explosions rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li moving again. Whoosh! Bai Li soared into the air as though he had transformed into an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the group of people. He hovered majestically in the air like an invincible god of war. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. Hum! Amidst the flashes of lightning, a short-lived saber cry rang out in the air. A saber light flashed out at an exaggerated speed, but it did not leave any trace in front of Duan Lingtian. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of horror appeared on his face. He knew very well in his heart that the reason he did not see any trace of Bai Li attacking was entirely because the speed of the saber light that shot out from Bai Li's palm blade was so fast that it had already exceeded the scope of his naked eyes. Although he had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, he had not officially broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, and had not awakened his spiritual eyes. Let alone Bai Li, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Bai Li was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch his attack. Poochie! 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 Almost at the same time, a crisp sound rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. In the next moment, he saw the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were charging at him were all severed at the waist. In just a blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were severed at the waist disappeared into thin air. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. After all, the people and beasts that appeared in the first trial would usually disappear into thin air after they were killed. According to Hualao, the people in the second trial were all in the second trial. Those humans and beasts were all energy bodies formed by the formations in this pseudo-plane. They were powerful, but if they were killed, they would disappear without a trace. It was as though they were never there. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint's celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Li with a shocked expression on his face. His heart was filled with shock as well. The aura emitted by any one of these 100 cavalrymen is enough to oppress me. This means all of the cavalrymen are at the 2nd form of the Saint's celestial stage or above. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. If the cavalrymen were only at the 1st form of the Saint's celestial stage, they would not be able to make him feel so pressured. After all, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 1st form of the Saint's celestial stage. A few moments later, the second trial began. This time, Xuanzi Buddhism and the Green Bat King, Wei So, did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He made his move and killed the huge beasts that attacked them during the second trial. From the beginning until the end, it only took a few breaths of time. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage was apparent. Following that, the third trial began. After they passed the third trial, the fourth trial began. In the beginning, Wei So was the only one who made a move. However, in the end, even Wei So began to feel pressured. At this moment, Bai Li made his move. With the two of them joining forces, it became easier for them. However, even with the two of them joining forces, it was still difficult for them to deal with the beasts. Alliance leader Donghua, sect leader He. At this moment, Wei So called out to Donghua Yi, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, and He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, to remind them that it was time to make a move. With the addition of Donghua Yi and He Fei Yi, the situation became much better. The four of them successfully passed the trials one after another. They did not feel pressured at all. A Saint Celestial, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and two powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the four of them joining forces, they were able to break through the trials even after a while. Time continued to pass by quietly. Gradually, Bai Li, Wei So, Donghua Yi, and He Fei Yi began to feel pressured when they joined forces. Occasionally, one or two beasts would slip through the net and charge at Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, the remaining people had no choice but to make a move. Naturally, it was not convenient for Duan Lingtian to make a move under such circumstances. He could only rely on the Jasper Celestial Sword to unleash strength that was comparable to most powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it did not matter if he did not make a move. However, as time passed, the pressure on the group continued to increase. The other two groups of people still haven't died. A sectless cultivator standing near Duan Lingtian said with a grim expression. At this moment, he could only hope that the other two groups of people would die as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to pass the second trial and advance to the next round. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling through the air suddenly charged at Duan Lingtian. The others did not have the time to help Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian. The beast that charged at Duan Lingtian was a relatively weak giant beast. Naturally, it was only weak compared to the other beasts. Its strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This giant beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the 1,000 Years Alliance whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw the giant beast charging at him. Then, he raised his hand and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universal Ruler, that he had prepared a long time ago. As his sleeves trembled, he suddenly activated it. When the giant beast arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the space around Duan Lingtian began to distort and fold. From afar, it looked like the ripples on a calm lake caused by a falling rock. Universe teleportation! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability of the universe ruler. The giant beast's speed was slightly slowed down by him. However, it was only slightly slower. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit in just a short time. Naturally, even if his Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit, it would only be comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint celestial stage. Due to the unique environment of the pseudo-realm, coupled with the concealment of the universe teleportation, and the fact that no one was distracted, no one noticed Duan Lingtian casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After a while, the giant beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. It opened its mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Swoosh! At this moment, another celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As Duan Lingtian cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the Celestial Sword, it seemed as though it could slash through 3,000 universes. Although the gigantic beast that pounced at him was powerful, it was instantly cut into two by Duan Lingtian's sword before it shattered and disappeared into thin air. It was as though it was never there. With just a swing of the sword, the world turned cold. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. With the remaining Sun Saint origin in my body, I can only perform the same sword attack again. However, if I perform the same sword attack again, the Sun Saint origin in my body will be depleted. If there's any danger, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. All of a sudden, no! A sorrowful cry rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to turn cold. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the cry and discovered it was He Fei Yi, the sect leader of Forgotten Dust sect. At this moment, He Fei Yi was looking in the same direction as the sorrowful cry. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The hearts of the others present on the scene sank as well. Everyone followed He Fei Yi's gaze and looked in the same direction. One of the sectless cultivators had just been killed by a giant beast. He had just been killed. Someone's dead. Bai Li and Wei Suo's expressions changed drastically. Even with their strength, it was too late for them to save that person. Damn it! Dong Wei, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, cried out in despair. Chapter 2143. Currently, the other two groups of people were still alive. On their side, however, someone had died. Someone had died. At this moment, it was not only Bai Li, Wei Suo, Dong Wei, and He Fei Yi whose expressions had changed drastically. Even Duan Lingtian and the others who had regained their senses had a change in expression. Since someone from their group had died first, it meant that they would be eliminated as well. And the result of being eliminated was death. One. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the death of someone in their group, a buzzing sound came from the cave they were in. The buzzing sound grew louder and more frequent. Hearing the buzzing sound, Duan Lingtian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, "Quick, enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda! Quick! Quick!" Two voices suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Their voices were filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian only had time to realize that it was Hua Lao's voice. He did not have time to think about why Hua Lao wanted him to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With a single thought, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, which had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Even though Duan Lingtian knew that doing so would expose the existence of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he did not have time to worry about it. This was the first time he had heard Hua Lao ask him to do something so urgently. Therefore, as soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with a single thought. He did not have time to think about anything else. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's disappearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, only Bai Li and Wei Suo, the two strongest people present, noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye. They did not have time to think, and the others did not have time to notice Duan Lingtian's disappearance. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the cave that everyone was in suddenly burst open. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still blasted everyone, including Bai Li and Wei Suo, who were at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, into dust. In front of this seemingly invincible strength, even someone as strong as Bai Li was unable to resist, and was killed in the blink of an eye. Even the strongest Bai Li could not resist, not to mention the others. However, although the terrifying energy that flashed in the blink of an eye blasted the entire cave and everyone in it into dust, there was still a special speck of dust that was not destroyed by it. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with a single thought, but before he could stabilize himself in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he sensed a tremor in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though something outside was disturbing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Therefore, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was also blasted away by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It hurts! After being blasted out by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. He even felt nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. His internal organs were shaken, and it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. Naturally, these internal injuries were not serious to Duan Lingtian. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. However, when Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his surroundings. The cave he was in earlier was no longer there. The people who were in the same group as him were gone as well. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not react at all. This was because, when the cave was blasted open by the terrifying energy, and the others were blasted into dust, Duan Lingtian had followed Hua Lao's instructions and entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to escape the calamity. The timing was very accurate as well. As soon as he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and was protected by it, the terrifying energy exploded. The energy was so strong that even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to escape death, let alone a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. This was because the killing formation was set up by three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was a very special killing formation. It had compressed its energy, and released it in an instant. The energy released in that instant was equivalent to the combined attack of the three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to withstand the energy released by the killing formation, let alone a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. The killing formation set up by three eminent celestials, including Jingdong Ji, was extremely terrifying. Quickly devour the innate spiritual roots and the soul remnants that haven't dispersed yet. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Hua Lao's voice rang in his ears again. Hua Lao was reminding him to devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants in the surroundings. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to disperse. Devour! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian did not bother to think about the soul remnants in the surroundings. All he knew was that if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings, they would soon disappear. At that time, it would be impossible for him to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual roots? Indigo innate spiritual roots again! Indigo innate spiritual roots! Indigo innate spiritual roots! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots and the soul remnants in the surroundings. This was because he discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 indigo innate spiritual roots, and even more green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots! After devouring all the innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual roots had improved significantly. His indigo innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. The dark blue innate spiritual root was only one step away from the violet innate spiritual root. If I devour another wave of innate spiritual roots, even if my innate spiritual root can't transform into a violet innate spiritual root, I'm sure my innate spiritual root will be very close to a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the innate spiritual roots, could not help but lick his dry lips as his eyes shone with anticipation. When he regained his senses, he recalled the group of people who had been with him in the cave had disappeared along with the cave. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he realized what had happened. Hua Lao. The innate spiritual roots I devoured. Are they the innate spiritual roots of the people who were with me earlier? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Hua this question. If the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were the innate spiritual roots of Baili, Wei So, and the others, it made sense why their innate spiritual roots were so high grade. Baili was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei So was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Dao Martial Saint land, one had to possess an indigo innate spiritual root in order to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, there were exceptions. In the long history of the Dao Martial Saint land, there were cases of people with indigo innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, such cases were rare. It's their innate spiritual roots, Hua Lao replied calmly. It's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hua Lao's confirmation. His body began to tremble violently as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could it be? They, as soon as I urged you to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, they were killed by the killing formation. Hua Lao's voice rang again at this moment. It's a good thing you didn't hesitate. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The killing formation is the strongest force in the mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm would be powerless in front of the killing formation. Even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if not killed by the killing formation. That energy was compressed by the killing formation and released in just a blink of an eye. That's why it's so terrifying. Moreover, the killing formation was set up by 3 eminent celestials. For this reason, the energy it released in just a blink of an eye has reached the peak of what's possible in the mundane realm. Hua Lao's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the danger he had just gone through. However, although that energy has almost reached the peak of the mundane realm, it can only destroy things in the mundane realm, such as spatial rings, saint weapons, and so on. It doesn't have the ability to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and celestial supreme treasures. Hua Lao continued to explain. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Hua Lao's words. As it turned out, this was the reason. Fortunately, when Elder Hua reminded me earlier, I subconsciously trusted Elder Hua unconditionally. That's why I immediately entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and successfully avoided the terrifying force that can be called the strongest force in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. His breathing quickened. He felt as though he had been so close to death earlier. Thank you, Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian thanked Hua Lao after he calmed down. Fortune comes from danger. You've profited from a disaster. Chapter 2144. A blessing in disguise? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Hua Lao's words. Indeed. This time, it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he had also devoured the high-grade innate spiritual roots of many powerhouses, allowing his innate spiritual root to turn dark blue. He was not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when he thought of how powerful people like Baili and Wei So had died just like that, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Apart from being the Green Bat King, one of the four kings of the Zhuans of Buddhism, Wei So was also ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bai Li, on the other hand, was one of the strongest powerhouses in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Bai Li was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, these two powerhouses had died in just a blink of an eye in this pseudo-realm. From the beginning until the end, both of them did not even have time to react, let alone defend themselves from the terrifying force. If the heavens give them a chance to start over, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to come here even if they were given 100 guts. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the others, such as Dong Wei, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, and the others, if they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely do the same. The group of people who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian earlier were all killed in just a blink of an eye. One could easily imagine how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He did not feel happy about the transformation of his innate spiritual root. Now, he was only glad that he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, that terrifying power had only exploded for an instant. Otherwise, he would have died today. Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian's forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. His heartbeat had not returned to normal. Time passed quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian gradually recovered from the shock. At the same time, he looked around, only to find that the surrounding was a vast expanse. He could not see anything clearly and did not know where he should go. At this point, there was no need for him to participate in any trials. He stood in the middle of the vast expanse, like a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. He had no sense of direction, and was all alone. It was as though Duan Lingtian had been forgotten by Jingdong Ji, one of the 3 eminent celestials who had left behind this pseudo-realm. Huo Lao, I should have been killed like Bai Li, Wei So, and the others in this pseudo-realm. However, thanks to the existence of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I survived. Now I seem to have escaped from Jingdong Ji's control. Duan Lingtian communicated with Huo Lao and asked, "How do I leave this pseudo-plane now?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the treasures in this pseudo-realm. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What had happened earlier had left an indelible shadow in his heart. South close. South close. Just a little more and he would have died. Even until now, Duan Lingtian still could not help but shudder when he recalled the feeling of crossing the gates of hell. If possible, he did not want to experience that feeling again in his life. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. "Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm?" Huo Lao asked in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Huo Lao. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Currently, I'm considered to have been eliminated from the trials set by Jingdong Ji and the other 2 eminent celestials. Although I survived, I'm certain I won't be able to participate in the following trials. Since I won't be able to participate in the following trials, I won't be able to obtain the treasures and legacies they left behind in this pseudo-realm. In that case, instead of staying here in fear, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible." Duan Lingtian gave his reason for leaving. "Perhaps you won't be able to participate in the following trials, but don't you want to improve your innate spiritual root?" Huo Lao asked. "Huo Lao, what do you mean?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Huo Lao meant. What did he mean by he did not want to improve his innate spiritual root? "My strength has already recovered to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. For example, the other 2 groups of people are currently undergoing the 3rd trial." Elder was said in a timely manner. "The rules of the 3rd test are similar to the 2nd test. If one person dies in any group, the entire group will be annihilated." "So what?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. "I don't even know where they are. Don't tell me I can devour their innate spiritual roots after they're wiped out. Why not?" However, Elder Hua's next question caused the wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn as he asked, Elder Hua, do you mean you can let me devour the innate spiritual roots of those who have been eliminated? Of course. Hua Lao sounded confident. I've told you earlier that my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. I've tried to investigate this pseudo-realm earlier and confirmed their location. The sealed spaces therein are similar to the rock cave you were in earlier. The distance between them isn't too far. As long as you stay in the middle of the two sealed spaces, you'll be able to reach one of the sealed spaces in 10 breaths' time at most if you travel at full speed. One of the sealed spaces will be destroyed, and the people inside will die. At that time, it won't be too late for you to rush over. Elder Hua continued to say, Naturally, by the time you arrive, their innate spiritual roots would have already dissipated by quite a bit. However, it'll definitely improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, he felt sad for Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao! Duan Lingtian suddenly asked Hua Lao, Do you have a way to send them out or stop the 3 eminent celestials from carrying out the test? Although the innate spiritual root was attractive, if Duan Lingtian had to choose, he would rather Duan Lingtian and hope that the two groups of people would be spared. It was not because he was a great person. It was because he remembered the rumor that the devil clans from the land of exile might have successfully invaded the Debussy subterranean. Although the people in the upper province rarely talked about this matter, Duan Lingtian still could not let go of his worries. Apart from that, he had a very strong ominous feeling about this. There was a saying that went like this. It was always better to be safe than sorry. What if the devil clans had really invaded the Debussy subterranean? At that time, not only would the people in the Debussy subterranean be wiped out, but the upper province would also be affected. At that time, all humans would have to band together to fight against the devil clans. Apart from Bai Li and Wei So, who were in the same group as Jingdong Ji, there were also a few powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent celestials, including Jingdong Ji. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, those powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the backbone of the humans' fight against the devil clans. For this reason, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would be able to survive. Even if he did not know them and had nothing to do with them, even if their innate spiritual roots were very tempting to him, he still hoped that they would be able to survive. Unless I can leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I won't be able to send them out and stop the 3 eminent celestials from carrying out the test. Hua Lao quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed by Hua Lao's reply. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as the flames of hope rose in his eyes. Elder Hua, can you give me some pointers on how to save them? You're too weak. You'll need to at least be a celestial if you want to save them. Hua Lao rejected him. Otherwise, even if you know the location of the sealed space, with your current strength, you won't be able to break in even if you use all your techniques, let alone save them. Hua Lao continued to say, The only thing you can do now is to watch from the sidelines and not let them lose their innate spiritual roots. It's not that you don't want to save them, but you're powerless. For this reason, you don't have to feel pressured. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. He could only watch as one of the 2 groups of people sent themselves to their deaths. After realizing that it was impossible for him to save the 2 groups of people, Duan Lingtian followed Hua Lao's guidance and came to the center of the 2 sealed spaces. He waited for Hua Lao's reminder. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups of people were also undergoing the 3rd test. To them, being able to survive the 2nd test and advance to participate in the 3rd test was undoubtedly an exciting matter. Chapter 2145. The 2 groups of people who were lucky enough to survive prayed that they would not be the first to die in the 3rd trial. 81 Delta Chinese Network. After all, if someone from their group died, it would mean that they and the people in the same group as them would be eliminated. Once they were eliminated, they would definitely die. If they had a choice, Most of them wished they had never come here. However, they did not have a choice at this moment. Just as the two groups of people were situated in two sealed spaces and were facing wave after wave of tests in the third test, the two groups of people who were standing in front of each other were standing in front of each other. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was leisurely sitting in the middle of the two enclosed spaces. Naturally, he only seemed to be leisurely. Duan Lingtian's heart was heavy at this moment. Although he was very interested in the high-grade innate spiritual root, when he thought about the devil clans from the land of exile who might have invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, he temporarily put aside his personal interests and thought about the bigger picture. He wanted to improve his innate spiritual root as soon as possible so that he could improve his strength as soon as possible. Only by improving his strength would he be able to rescue Kerr and their daughter from the Zoroastrianism in the shortest time possible. If Kerr were in my shoes, she would definitely make the same choice. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with Kerr's kindness. If he had sacrificed so many human powerhouses because of his personal interests, and caused the humans to be unable to resist the invasion of the devil clans, Kerr would not be happy even if he managed to rescue Kerr in the shortest time possible. However, the current situation was different. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to save the two groups of powerhouses, there was nothing he could do. This was because he had no way of entering the two sealed spaces that were similar to the cave he was in previously. It's not that I don't want to help, but there's nothing I can do. At this moment, there was only helplessness in Duan Lingtian's heart. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed down a little. At this moment, he knew there were some things he could not control. There were bound to be things that did not go your way in life. Elder Hua, if the person in one of the sealed spaces is eliminated first, when that sealed space is destroyed along with the space, will the terrifying energy affect me? Do I have to hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda like before? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao when he thought about this. If that destructive force would affect him, then he had to be prepared in advance, just in case. Although he did not experience the destructive energy earlier, he was still able to escape. However, he was well aware of the aftermath left behind by the raging energy. It wasn't just the spacious stone cavern he had been in earlier that was destroyed. Even experts as strong as Bai Li and Wei Suo had been instantly obliterated. Not even their corpses remained. For this reason, he had to be careful. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hua quickly gave him an answer. The killing formation's energy only covers the area where the sealed space is. In order to maximize its strength, the energy only covers an area in an instant. For this reason, you don't have to hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. You just have to rush over when the enclosed space is destroyed and the people inside are killed. Duan Lingtian nodded. He waited silently for Hua Lao's reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The enclosed space on your left. Hurry! Hurry over there! As soon as Hua Lao's urging voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, the sun saint origin that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating for a long time surged out. Duan Lingtian used all his techniques and rushed in the direction Hua Lao had pointed out. With the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian had covered half the distance in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Fortunately, the explosion only lasted for a moment. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been so shocked that he came to a halt. Even so, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he slowed down a little before he sped up again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious area. He extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed the soul remnants in the air and the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants. Indigo innate spiritual roots, indigo innate spiritual roots. Although they're only light indigo, there are 3 of them. There are also 4 indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the air. 3 indigo innate spiritual roots. This means there are at least 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to his innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root shone even more brightly. In the end, it was so blue that it was slightly purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized something. My innate spiritual root is only a step away from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt restless again. At the same time, in another sealed space. Congratulations, all of you have passed the 3rd test. Xingdongji's voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the group of people, causing them to be somewhat wild with joy. Haha. We passed. We survived. We survived. Wealth comes from danger. Today, I can be considered to have deeply and thoroughly understood the meaning of these 5 words. Many of them shouted excitedly. It was as though they had never been this happy before. Even the 3 strongest powerhouses among them who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage sighed in relief. They looked at each other before a smile appeared on their faces. Granny Snake is dead. Soon after, one of them sighed. This person was none other than Meng Hao, who had met Granny Snake outside earlier. That was why he said Granny Snake was dead. After all, Granny Snake was not assigned to this group of people. And now, apart from this group of people, the other 2 groups of people had clearly been eliminated and were already dead. Granny Snake is here as well? The other old man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Similar to Meng Hao and Granny Snake, he was also a sectless cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. In fact, compared to Meng Hao, he was closer to Granny Snake. Yes. Meng Hao nodded. I met her outside, and we came in one after another. The old man closed his eyes with a pained expression on his face as he mourned for his old friend. At the same time, he was shouting in his heart, Granny Snake, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. Now. Xingdongji suddenly said. Suddenly, Xingdongji's voice rang out again, causing Meng Hao and the others to immediately regain their senses and quietly listen to him. All of you must be happy that you've passed the 3rd trial, right? Do you feel like you're one step closer to obtaining the treasures and legacies we left behind? When Xingdongji reached this part of his sentence, a smile appeared on his face. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage frowned slightly when they heard Xingdongji's words. Not only did the others not notice, but they even laughed. Indeed, all of them were happy. However, what I'm going to tell you now is that there are no treasures or legacies in this independent space that my 2 friends and I created together. Xingdongji continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in his voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Xingdongji finished speaking, the expressions of Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage changed drastically. There were no treasures. There were no legacies. For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. No treasures? No legacies? What? What's going on? Are you kidding me? What a joke. When the others regained their senses, they were dumbfounded as well. Although they found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Xingdongji's words. He must be joking, right? I think so. There were a few people who thought they were lucky. 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and were eminent celestials had gone to great lengths to create an independent space just to make fun of them? It was hard to believe. Now all of you must find it hard to believe that my 2 friends and I created an independent space just to make fun of all of you. Xingdongji's voice continued, as if he had already guessed the reactions of the people present. Since all of you are the last batch of survivors, I'll tell all of you the truth. The truth is that I and my 2 friends are not human beings. Naturally, we're not the saint beasts of the Tao Martial Saint Land. We're from the devil clans who were forced by you humans to stay in the Down Marshall Saint Land after the human-devil era ended. We're the devil clans who were lucky enough to survive the pursuit of the human powerhouses. Xingdongji's voice rang in Meng Hao and the others' ears, causing their expressions to change drastically. Devil clans? Chapter 2146. Meng Hao and the others did not expect this. They did not expect the independent space that was suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was actually created by 3 devils. Moreover, it was a trap for the human powerhouses in the Down Marshall Saint Land. If they had known this earlier, they would not have entered even if they had the guts to do so. How could this be? How could he be a devil? This space was created by 3 demon clans? If this space was really created by the devils, it's possible that they're toying with us. They're not just toying with us. They're trying to kill us. The group of people who had passed the 3rd test were no longer as happy as before. All that was left was fear. If the other party was a devil, he would not have let them go. During the human-devil era, my 2 companions and I were just ordinary devils. Xingdongji's voice rang in the air. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with grief and indignation. After the devil clans were defeated by the human powerhouses in the Down Marshall Saint Land, you humans continued to kill the devils who did not manage to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. I saw my clansmen being killed by the human powerhouses one by one. I'll never forget the scene of them being killed. I was lucky enough to survive, and I found more than 10 companions from the devil clan. However, in the following years, some of them were killed by you humans, and some died of old age. In the end, only 2 of my companions and I managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage means we have an endless lifespan. As long as we're not killed by the human powerhouses, we'll be able to live until we break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and pass the heavenly tribulation. At that time, what we wanted to do the most was to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. It's what you humans call the land of exile. However, the powerhouses among you humans sealed the gap in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm, so we couldn't return to our hometown. The Saint Province realm is what the devil clans call the realm where the Down Marshall Saint Land is located. Xingdongji paused when he said this. As for Meng Hao and the others, their faces flickered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they could hear the boundless hatred in Xingdongji's tone. It was a hatred that was bitter, a hatred that couldn't be resolved. This made them realize that Xingdongji would not be kind enough to let them go. Run! We must escape from this place. It didn't take long for them to come to a decision. Right now, Meng Hao and the others were in a spacious, completely sealed-off palace. There was no entrance or exit, so there was no way out. Whoosh! 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 Along with the howling of the wind, Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions, trying to find the exit to leave the palace. Even though they had discovered that there was no way to leave the palace when they were searching earlier, they had no way of leaving. However, the previous search was not as serious as it was now. After all, they did not think that they would definitely be eliminated or killed. However, judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for them to survive if they continued to stay here. This was obvious from Xingdongji's tone. Boom! 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 After Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions and still could not find the exit, they could no longer hold themselves back and made their moves again. They tried to blast open an exit on the palace's walls, ground, and even the roof. However, as soon as their attacks landed on the roof of the palace, they simply passed through it. This is bad. This palace is similar to the small strange space that sealed us. It only seals us, but it doesn't seal our strength. At this moment, the group of people finally regained their senses. They recalled that after they passed the first test, they were sent to a small space that could only accommodate 2 adults. That space was similar to the palace they were in now. With their strength, they could easily leave, but they could not. Meng Hao and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, just as Meng Hao and the others were in a hurry to leave the palace, Jingdongji's voice continued to resound in the palace. My two companions and I hid in one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm to avoid being hunted down by human powerhouses. Although it was slow to cultivate there, it was safe. After the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into two, the three of us managed to cultivate until we reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the Heavenly Tribulation. At that time, we were able to ascend to the Saint Province realm and leave the Saint Province realm that we dreamed of leaving. Before we ascended to the Saint Province realm, we made a decision. We wanted to give the descendants of the devil clans who would invade the Saint Province realm a big gift. And this great gift is the death of your group and the other two groups. With your strength, I'm sure you're considered the best in the Saint Province realm in this era. After all, only those at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or above, would be able to pass the first test. Our target is human powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Jingdongji's voice continued to ring in the air, causing Meng Hao and the others' expressions to change again and again. They did not expect this would happen. Jingdongji and the other two devils had been planning this for a very long time. Moreover, they had become the sacrificial lambs. At this moment, they only felt that they were extremely unlucky and regretted coming here because of their greed. If only God had given them a chance, they would not have come here. After we created this independent space, it's also controlled by a formation. That formation is located in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. It's connected to another formation we set up in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Although these two formations are separated by a plane, my two companions and I have given them the ability to sense each other regardless of the space barrier. This ability is similar to the inter-province transportation formation that human powerhouses set up in the Debussy subterranean and the upper province. However, it's different because it can't transport living beings, it can only sense each other. The condition to activate the formation we set up in the upper province is for the formation in the lower province to sense the pure devil chi from the devil clans. In the era before we ascended, there was no 4th devil in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the surviving devils from the Devil Order era accidentally activating the formation. Generally speaking, the day the formation is activated is the day the devil clans from the exiled realm invades the Saint Province realm. After passing through the space barrier from the exiled realm, we'll first arrive at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. As long as we enter the lower province, we'll be able to activate the formation in the lower province, and the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. Once the formation in the upper province is activated, an entrance will appear in the independent space we left behind. The reason we left behind this independent space is to give the devil clans a huge gift when they invade the Saint Province realm again. If all of you die, it'll be a great loss to the humans and Saint Beasts in the Saint Province realm. At that time, the devil clans will be able to conquer the Saint Province realm with ease. Perhaps, the devil clan's failure to annihilate the human race in the previous human devil era might be able to succeed in the second human devil era. Ha ha! Jingdongji burst out laughing again. His laughter caused chills to run up Meng Hao and the others' spines. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with regret. Based on Jingdongji's words, the entrance to the independent space will only appear when the devil clans invade the Saint Province realm? An unaffiliated cultivator from the City of Sin asked in a trembling voice, as if he wanted further confirmation. Yes, that's right. Very quickly, someone replied to him with a heavy tone. This voice seemed to be mixed with some trembling. If that's the case, then the rumors aren't baseless? Did the devil clans really invade the Saint Province realm? Moreover, it's very likely that they've wreaked havoc in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land? Many people's eyes widened when they thought of this. If the humans are annihilated by the devil clans because of our greed, we'll become sinners. Meng Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, his voice heavy. When his words reached the ears of the crowd, they began to tremble violently. That was right. If the humans were annihilated by the devil clans because of them, they would become sinners. Especially the three of us, Meng Hao said solemnly as he looked at the other two powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage. There were only a dozen powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Today, they were going to lose another 3 people. To the human race, this was definitely a huge loss. Chapter 2147. Apart from Madame Snake, there must be many powerhouses at or above the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage who had entered this independent space. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage were certain of this. After all, including their group, there were a total of 3 groups of people. Logically speaking, the strength of the 3 groups of people should be about the same. Since all of you have passed the 3rd test, I'll give all of you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killing formation that shrouds this palace will be activated. After Jingdongji stopped laughing, he continued to say, "At that time, all of you will be annihilated just like the other 2 groups of people. Enjoy your last quarter of an hour. Greedy human." After he finished speaking, Jingdongji's voice disappeared without a trace. It did not appear again for a long time. Meng Hao and the others, who had regained their senses, were naturally filled with fear and unease. 15 minutes! They only had a quarter of an hour left. What should we do? What should we do? A quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, we will die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why are you shouting? Are you the only one who doesn't want to die? Knowing that they would be killed in 15 minutes, many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently from fright, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Death was a terrifying thing to begin with. If they were killed in a clean manner, it would not be that bad. But now, they were given 15 minutes to feel the fear of death. Even the 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage, including Meng Hao, had a tense expression on their faces. Among the 3 of them, even the youngest, Meng Hao, had spent a few hundred years to achieve what he had today. For this reason, they treasured their lives more than anyone else. They originally possessed boundless lifespan. However, because of their greed, because they had entered this place, they were about to meet their end of death and the disappearance of their Tao. No! I can't accept this. After a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a roar and flew up into the air, trying to figure out a way to leave the palace. The other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage saw Meng Hao's actions and immediately flew out as well. They began to search the palace for a way out. When the others saw Meng Hao and the other 2's actions, they quickly overcame their fear and began to search the palace. Meng Hao and the others were frantically searching for a way out of the sealed palace. Duan Lingtian, who was outside, had just learned about what had happened from Hualao. Although Elder Hu was still unable to leave the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he had regained his strength that was comparable to an ordinary celestial. Therefore, his divine consciousness was extremely powerful. It was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. It was not difficult for him to see through the pseudo-realm with his divine consciousness that was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. For this reason, Hualao had learned everything Jingdongji had said in the sealed palace through his divine consciousness. He had told Duan Lingtian everything Jingdongji had said. Devil clans? This pseudo-plane was created by 3 demons? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned about this. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. The treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation was created by 3 devils? Moreover, it was not a treasure vault at all. The Saint Province realm? Is that the name of the mundane realm in the Dao Martial Saint Land? The entrance to the pseudo-realm appeared because the formation left behind by the 3 devils in the upper province has been activated? Is the activation of the formation in the upper province related to the formation they set up in the lower province? The activation of the formation they set up in the lower province requires pure devil chi from the devil clans. The devil clans have returned to the Saint Province realm? The human devil era has returned? Moreover, the Devil Clan's first stop is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hualao's words. Although he had guessed the Devil Clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and could invade the upper province at any time, it was only a guess. However, Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Jing Dongji's words. It seems like the Devil Clans have really returned. I wonder how my parents are doing? After Duan Lingtian received confirmation that the Devil Clans had descended, he could not help but worry about the safety of his family and friends in the distant lower province. He was extremely anxious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wished he could grow a pair of wings and return to his family and friends in the lower province. In about 15 minutes, the killing formation that envelopes the sealed space will be activated. The people inside will be killed by the killing formation. Hualao reminded Duan Lingtian, be prepared to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though he did not hear Jing Dongji's words at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was worried about his family. Previously, he had not confirmed the news of the Devil Clans invading the lower province. However, now that Jing Dongji had confirmed the news, the worry in his heart burst out at once. I know you're worried about your family and friends. Perhaps you don't have the heart to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, think about it, if you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will go to waste. Moreover, they'll lose their value. Elder Hu continued to speak in an urging tone. Think about it, if you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will be wasted. If you devour their innate spiritual roots, your innate spiritual root will transform into a violet innate spiritual root. Since you possess a violet innate spiritual root, not only will you be able to fight the Devil Clans on their behalf during the Human-Devil War, but you'll also be able to rescue your wife and daughter in a short time. At that time, you can focus on finding a way to return to the lower province to look for your family and friends. Hualao advised Duan Lingtian patiently. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would miss out on the high-grade innate spiritual roots. As soon as Hualao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His eyes shone with determination as his aura changed. It was as though he had transformed into another person in just an instant. Then, he flew out and approached the sealed space under Hualao's guidance. After 15 minutes. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The sealed palace that Meng Hao and the others were in was blasted into dust by a force. It was as though it had never existed. Naturally, Meng Hao and the others were also blasted into smithereens, transforming into nothingness. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian approached the place that Hualao had pointed out. He extended his divine consciousness and devoured the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants in the air with a heavy heart. Don't worry. I'll help all of you during the great war between the human devil and the human devil. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. It was obvious he was talking to Meng Hao and the others. Duan Lingtian had learned from Hualao that Meng Hao and the others had died unwillingly. In fact, they felt they were sinners of the human race. For this reason, Duan Lingtian muttered these words in his heart. At the same time, he hoped Meng Hao and the others would hear his words and die peacefully. Violet innate spiritual root! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Hualao's voice rang in his ears. Then, he shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root. He discovered his innate spiritual root had officially transformed into a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was still a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. He temporarily forgot about everything else as an excited smile appeared on his face. How fast! At the same time, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He discovered his sensing speed and absorption speed had increased by more than one level. With my current cultivation speed and the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, is there anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who's a match for me? Duan Lingtian's confidence skyrocketed at this moment. Duan Lingtian's confidence had skyrocketed. That devil Jingdong Ji and his two companions spent so much effort to leave behind such a pseudo-realm and set up such a huge trap. Perhaps they didn't expect that it would benefit me in the end. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel delighted. Naturally, his expression turned solemn again. It's a pity for them. I've devoured 8 indigo and 8 spiritual roots. Most of the people who died in the trap set up by the 3 devils were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 8 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or above. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but shudder with fear. After all, there were only a few dozen powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or above in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, 8 of them had died in this pseudo-realm. This was a huge blow to the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm where the humans resided. It was no wonder Xingdong Ji and his 2 companions were giving the descendants of the devil clans a huge gift. Chapter 2148. The devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province. I hope father and mother are safe. When Duan Lingtian thought about the devil clans, he could not help but think about his family and friends who were in the Debussy subterranean. At this moment, he was extremely worried, because he didn't know if his family and friends were safe and sound. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile were a bloodthirsty race. It was said that there were very few humans who survived the invasion of the devil clans. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be assimilated by the devil clans and become heartless devil cultivators who were no different from the devil clans. Hualao, how do I leave this place? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He thought of this question and immediately asked Elder Hu about it. Currently, he was still in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 devils. He looked left and right for a while before he extended his divine consciousness. However, it was as though a rock had sunk into the ocean. He could not detect anything at all. For a time, he felt as though he was a lone boat that was drifting in the vast ocean. This feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though his life was no longer in his hands. You can't leave this place now. Hualao's reply caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. I can't leave this place? Hualao. What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian asked again after he took a deep breath. His tone was solemn as he asked the question. He was desperate to leave this place at this moment. Even if he could not return to the lower province to reunite with his family and friends, he would be able to spread the news that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again. He could swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he was telling the truth. For this reason, he was not worried that no one would believe him. It could be said that he had thought and planned everything. But now, Hualao was telling him that he couldn't leave this place. What I'm saying is, you can't leave this place now. Hualao spoke again, emphasizing the word now. Then, he continued to say, no matter how useless this pseudo-realm is, it was created by 3 devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to break the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here and returning to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hualao finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hualao's words. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he asked again. Hualao, do you mean I'll have to break the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province in order to return to the upper province? Yes. Hualao confirmed. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard Hualao's confirmation. He said bitterly, the space barrier is extremely tough. Even the entire devil clans would have to find a weak point to break the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile. If there's no weak point, it's impossible for the devil clans to break through the spatial barrier and invade the Saint Province realm from the land of exile. Duan Lingtian had heard about the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile. Back then, before the advent of the human devil era. It was the devil clans from the land of exile who discovered the weakness in the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Saint Province realm. That was how they were able to break the spatial barrier and enter the Saint Province realm through the gap in the spatial barrier. Later on, when the humans managed to repel the devil clans, they had to set up a grand ceiling formation at the gap in the spatial barrier to restore peace to the Saint Province realm. Unless the devil clans could destroy the grand ceiling formation or find a weak spot in the spatial barrier, it was unlikely that they would be able to invade the Saint Province realm. Hualao, even if my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and I've passed the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the spatial barrier, right? For this reason, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, unless one could find a weak point in the spatial barrier, the spatial barrier would be indestructible. The spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile is the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Saint Province realm. Naturally, it's different. Even ordinary celestials from the Devata realms wouldn't be able to break through the spatial barrier unless they find a weak point, let alone people from the mundane realms. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question. The spatial barrier between the mundane realms? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he said in a low voice. Elder Hua, you mean the Saint Province realm is a mundane realm, and the land of exile where the devil clans live is also a mundane realm? Yes. After Elder Hua responded, he continued, there are two types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that's similar to the world that you came from in your previous life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. The celestials in the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realms we're in are relatively small, so they're called small mundane realms. This small mundane realm is made up of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast ocean that you know. There are very few living things in it, so it's very monotonous. Hualao paused for a moment. Hualao! You mean the mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, and there's no planet here. But what's with the sun we see during the day and the stars we see at night? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He had been wondering about this for a long time. This was because Elder Hua had told him that there was no planet in the mundane realm after he had recovered his strength to a certain extent. However, he did not think much of it at that time. He thought there must be other planets in this mundane realm since they could see the sun and stars. Not only that, but when he became stronger, he would also be able to step into the sky and personally verify if Elder Hua's statement was wrong. However, now that he heard Hualao said the mundane realm they were in was a small mundane realm without planets, he could not help but ask the question in his mind. This is an important characteristic of a small mundane realm. Every small mundane realm has to be attached to a large mundane realm. Many creatures in small mundane realms rely on the sun in the large mundane realm to survive. For this reason, the space barrier between small mundane realms and large mundane realms is transparent. It doesn't matter if you're in the lower province or the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If you try to soar into the sky and approach the sun star or the other stars that shine at night, you'll find that when you reach a certain height, there'll be an invisible barrier blocking you. That's also the spatial barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. It's even tougher than the spatial barrier between twin mundane realms. Moreover, there's almost no weakness in it. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. Twin mundane realms? What's that? Duan Lingtian was confused. Generally speaking, two small mundane realms rarely intersect. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to be next to each other. However, there's always an exception. Some small mundane realms are very special. When two small mundane realms are next to each other, they're like twins. In the Devata realms, these small mundane realms that are next to each other are called twin mundane realms. As long as you mention twin mundane realms, you'll know it's two small mundane realms that are next to each other since twin mundane realms don't exist in large mundane realms. Hualao continued to explain. Does this mean the Saint Province realm and the land of exile where the devil clans live are twin mundane realms? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. That's right. Elder Hua replied. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile where the devil clans live, both of you are adjacent to a large mundane realm. However, since you can see the sun star and other planets in the large mundane realm, the land of exile must be dark all year long since it can't be directly illuminated by the sun star. This is due to the presence of the Saint Province realm blocking the light from the land of exile. Generally speaking, there'll be some extreme creatures in a dark mundane realm. It's normal for the devil clan to be born. Hualao's words did not only reveal the difference between mundane realms, but he also revealed the origin of the devil clan. Duan Lingtian was greatly enlightened. I see. Chapter 2149. Didn't you say the upper province is a pseudo-realm derived from the Debussy subterranean? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Elder Hu seemed to know the reason behind Duan Lingtian's question. He immediately replied. The upper province is a pseudo-realm that's derived from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's even derived from the Saint Province realm. Therefore, the upper province realm shares the same space as the Saint Province realm. It's close to the large mundane realm. For this reason, it's also possible to see the sun and other planets in the large mundane realms in the upper province. As for why there's a day and night difference in the Saint Province realm, it's because there might be a planet orbiting the sun in the large mundane realm that blocks the sun's light. At that time, the Saint Province realm would be plunged into darkness. The planet that's blocking the sun's starlight is what we call the moon. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. In the land of exile, the twin mundane realm of the Saint Province realm, there's no day and night difference, Hualao said. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He had thought this world was similar to the world he lived in his previous life. He thought this world was similar to Earth. However, it seemed like this was not the case. Hualao's explanation had broadened his horizons. At the same time, he realized the meaning of the words "the world is big and full of wonders." Now that we're talking about this, we've strayed too far from the topic. Now let's return to your initial question. Hualao's voice rang in the air, changing the topic of the mundane realm. You asked me earlier that even if you've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, past the heavenly tribulation, and are much stronger than ordinary eminent celestials, you won't be able to break through the space barrier, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He returned to the topic at the right time. It seems like you've already forgotten what I told you before. Do you still remember the method I told you about when you discovered the interprovince transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land can't send people back to the lower province? Hualao asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. He tried his best to recall what he had said. I remember. Hualao, you told me that as long as I've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and past the heavenly tribulation, I'll be able to tear through space and return to the lower province from the upper province. Duan Lingtian quickly recalled what Hualao had said. Hualao! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he recalled what Hualao had said. You mean as long as I'm an eminent celestial, I'll be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province? Moreover, I'll be able to tear it open on my own? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Hualao's words. This was too shocking and unbelievable for him. Yes, Hualao replied. You're mistaken. What I want to tell you is that the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province is completely different from the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile. For the former, you only need the strength of an eminent celestial to tear it open and travel freely between the upper province. As for the latter, let alone an eminent celestial, even if you're a true celestial in a Devata realm, you might not be able to tear it open if you have the strength of an eminent celestial. Hualao continued to explain. Does this mean one doesn't need to be too strong to tear open the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by 3 eminent celestials? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's explanation. Yes. Elder Hu replied again before he continued to say. The spatial barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by the three eminent celestials would only require a cultivation base at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage or above to tear it open. Naturally, you'll have to find the location of the space barrier first. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. As for the spatial barrier between this pseudo-plane and the upper province, I detected it with my divine sense just now. It's very well hidden, and it's hidden behind layers upon layers of formations. Ordinary people, even powerhouses at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage who haven't passed the heavenly tribulation, won't be able to pass through the formations if they're not experts in formations. Among those formations, there are some killing formations that are no weaker than the killing formations that killed the three groups of people earlier. Hua Lao's voice rang clearly in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard Hua Lao's words. He did not expect it would be so difficult to find the space barrier in this pseudo-realm. Come to think of it, it makes sense. If the space barrier is easy to find and get close to, those powerhouses would be able to break through it. After all, those powerhouses at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage, or above, could easily tear open the space barrier and leave. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange when he thought of this. Hua Lao, you should have a way to deal with those formations, right? Duan Lingtian was not worried about his strength, but he was worried about the formations. According to Hua Lao, the killing formations were extremely deadly. The killing formations in these formations could even kill a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if they were not killed. One had to be at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage, or above, to tear open the space barrier. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. However, it was almost impossible for him to have the ability to ignore the killing formation. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's solemn question, Elder Hua replied, I have a way to deal with those formations. However, although I have a way to deal with those formations, you'll have to personally tear open the space barrier behind the formations. With your various techniques, I'm afraid you'll have to break through to the fifth or sixth form of the saint's celestial stage before you can tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian could understand Hua Lao's words. Hua Lao had said one would have to be at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage, or above, to tear open the space barrier. He, Duan Lingtian, possessed all sorts of extraordinary techniques. Coupled with the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, he would only need to raise his cultivation base to the fifth form of the saint's celestial stage before he could tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. However, with my innate talent in the martial Tao that came from a violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the fifth form of the saint's celestial stage. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I should be able to break through to the fifth form of the saint's celestial stage in a short time. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He took out the seven treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it with just a thought. After entering the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian began to focus on his cultivation. Although he was eager to leave this pseudo-realm and return to the upper province, he could not do so. However, due to the restrictions of the space barrier, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to tear open the space barrier before he could return to the upper province. If he wanted to tear open the space barrier, he would have to raise his cultivation base. That was how it was. Duan Lingtian suppressed his anxiety and calmed himself down to cultivate. He was aiming to break through to the fifth form of the saint's celestial stage. After calming down and sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy for a while, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. How is this possible? Is this the innate talent of a violet innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian discovered that his current cultivation speed was much faster than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like heaven and earth. After all, his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root. Although it was not dark blue, it was still an indigo innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent and the cultivation environment in this pseudo-realm, it won't be difficult for me to break through to the fifth form of the Saint's celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence soared. He felt that breaking through to the fifth form of the Saint's celestial stage was just a trivial matter to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and began to cultivate again. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit chi that entered his body merged with the sun's saint origin. The 9 dragons conveyed the heaven and earth spirit chi and sun's saint origin circulated one great cycle after another. At the same time, his cultivation base continued to rise. Moreover, it was rising at a ridiculous speed. At the place where the entrance to the pseudo-plane had appeared, many people had left, but there was still a group of people waiting there. These people were mainly from the 3 rogue cultivator alliances in Sin City, as well as some of the more powerful rogue cultivator alliances. The reason why they were still here was because their leaders, vice-leaders, and some elders had yet to come out. Apart from them were the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were waiting for Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism to come out. Chapter 2150. However, these people would never have dreamt of this. The people they were waiting for had all died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Even Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. 81 Chinese Literature Network now, he was already dead. In fact, there were even 6 independent cultivators from the city of Sin who were no weaker than Wei Suo. All of them had died in there. In addition, there was also a Supreme Elder from the Forgotten Dust sect. The Supreme Elder of the Forgotten Dust sect had just recently broken through to the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. He did not even have the time to show off his strength before he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Because of this, his body and Tao vanished. It could be said that he died unjustly. Of course, which of those who died in there weren't wronged? The group of people outside did not have to wait for long. An elder of the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from the city of Sin with a piece of news. The soul orbs of Lord Leader and Lord Vice Leader have shattered. The expressions of the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance, including Dong Guizhi, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, changed immediately. Many people were even more unwilling to believe this. However, when the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from Sin City and reported the names of the elders whose soul orbs had shattered, their expressions changed completely. Their faces turned ghastly pale. This was because the names of the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance were the names of the elders who had yet to come out of the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint's celestial stage or above. They were the backbone of the 1,000 Years Alliance. But now, they found out, those elders were all dead. In fact, even their 1,000 Years Alliance's Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master had died. Impossible! 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 Dong Guizhi roared in a low voice and shook his head. Wrong, there must be a mistake. My father is the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. He's at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he be dead? Dong Guizhi didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Young Alliance Master, my condolences. The other elders of the 1,000-Year Alliance didn't want to believe it either, but given the current situation, there was nothing they could do. The truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Ha ha! Oqing, the young leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, had also noticed the commotion caused by the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance. When he learned that the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he could not help but laugh. The members of the 1,000 Years Alliance are truly useless. At the same time, Oqing did not forget to mock him. His mockery naturally infuriated the people from the Thousand Years Alliance. Just as the members of the Thousand Years Alliance were glaring at Qing, two more figures rushed over from the City of Sin. This time, there were two elders from the Seven Kill Alliance. Lord Alliance Leader's soul orb is broken! The news brought by the two elders from the Seven Kill Alliance caused the smug and mocking smile on Qing's face to disappear completely. Immediately thereafter, he also began to go crazy like Dong Guizhi, refusing to believe that this was all real. Compared to Dong Guizhi, Qing was more dependent on his father. It could be said that if it wasn't for his father, he would be nothing. The Vice Alliance leader and a few other elders. As the two elders from the Thousand Years Alliance reported the names of the elders, the faces of Qing and the other elders from the Thousand Years Alliance turned pale. An expression of despair appeared on Qing's face. Is the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial really that terrifying? Even the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance died in there! Many elders from the Seven Kill Alliance asked in shock. However, no one replied to them. At this moment, the people from the Thousand Years Alliance felt slightly better when they learned that the people from the Seven Kill Alliance had died. However, at the same time, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. How could the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial be so dangerous? Not only had the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance died, but the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance had also died. The leader of the Seven Kill Alliance and the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance died in there? That treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is too terrifying, right? The people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and the Forgotten Dust sect were also shocked and in disbelief. Putting aside the others, the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance and the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance were not ordinary people. The leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, Ode Songhai, was ranked in the top 50 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, he was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, both of them had died in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. At this moment, everyone was still in shock. All of a sudden, whoosh! A short-lived ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard, appearing for a fleeting moment. Before everyone could react, a gust of wind blew in their faces as though it had appeared out of thin air. This caused them to involuntarily narrow their eyes. At the same time, the robes on their bodies also began to swell, fluttering in the wind and emitting flapping sounds. When everyone opened their eyes, they discovered that a figure had appeared in front of them. They did not know when, but a purple-clad figure had appeared in front of them. It was a woman dressed in a purple robe. Although it was not a skin-tight robe, it could not hide her graceful figure. She had a head of beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could tell from her delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes that she was definitely a peerless beauty under the veil. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. Although she had a devilish figure and an angelic face, it was difficult for anyone to have any thoughts of profaning her. Lord Karmapa! Many people were shocked by the purple-clad woman's terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the people from the Black Kshetra sect lowered their heads respectfully and bowed. Their voices were filled with humility and reverence. Karmapa? When the others heard the way the people from Black Kshetra sect addressed the newcomer, their eyes widened in shock as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Could she be the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Violet Dragon King? She's ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It should be her. I've long heard that the Violet Dragon King is the only female among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Based on how the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect address her, there's no doubt she's the Violet Dragon King. It's said that the Violet Dragon King is the offspring of dragons and humans. She's extremely talented. Moreover, she's the youngest among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. She's the youngest but the strongest. That's why she's widely acknowledged as one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. At the same time, when the others guessed the purple-clad woman's identity, they also had a respectful expression on their faces when they looked at her again. He didn't dare to underestimate her just because she was a woman. Due to the appearance of the Amethyst Dragon King, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat oppressive. The Amethyst Dragon King said, "How did Wei Saw die?" As soon as the Amethyst Dragon King opened his mouth, the expressions of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then, they said in a trembling voice, Wei Dharmraja, he is dead?" The expressions of the others also changed. "Wei Saw? The Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism? He's dead? He seems to be in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Heavens! Even he is dead? Although Wei Dharmraja was the weakest among the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could someone like him die in there? Even Wei Dharmraja died in there. How could the others survive?" The expressions of the people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance changed drastically when they learned that the Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died. They knew their leader and vice-leader were most likely dead as well. As for the people from the other sects, they also knew their sect leader, and clan leader were most likely dead. In a flash of lightning, whoosh! Another short-lived sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the wind howled violently. Apart from the Amethyst Dragon King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was unaffected, the others instinctively narrowed their eyes when the wind blew. This scene was similar to when the Amethyst Dragon King appeared. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw a handsome young man standing in front of them. A tall and handsome young man in green stood in the air not far away. He gave off a very sharp aura, as if he was not a person, but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed long saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the people around them, "This is not the case. It has existed for a very long time. This is..." Many of the sectless cultivators from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City seemed to have recalled something when they saw the young man's appearance. Their voices trembled slightly. Many of the sectless cultivators had a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. "He's... P-Lord Pei Si Hai." Chapter 2151. Pei Si Hai was a legendary figure in Sin City and the sectless cultivators' world in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 81 Chinese Delta Literature Network. It was rumored in the itinerant cultivator world. To this day, Pei Si Hai was not even 100 years old. Pei Si Hai, who was not even 100 years old, was already a top powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were even many rogue cultivators who said, in terms of innate talent, Pei Si Hai could be said to be the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land for the past 1,000 years. Although he had never revealed his innate spiritual root, most of the sectless cultivators were certain that he had a special innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root was most likely violet. Only a violet innate spiritual root would allow him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 100 years and become the strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators. Pei Si Hai was the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators, and not in the eyes of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he rarely appeared in public. Therefore, not many people knew him well. Before today, the only time Pei Si Hai had appeared in public was 4 years ago, when he had killed the 7th ranked elite on the Supreme Saint ranking. Before that, no one knew of the existence of Pei Si Hai. It was also at that time that Pei Si Hai appeared out of nowhere and killed the cultivator ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking within 1,000 moves. Although it was a narrow victory, he still managed to kill his opponent and replace him as the 7th person on the Supreme Saint ranking. That battle could be said to have shocked half of the Dao Martial Saint land. The words Pei Si Hai said after he killed the powerhouse shocked the people from the Dao Martial Saint land. My master is Nia Wu Tian. After leaving this sentence, Pei Si Hai disappeared again. After disappearing, he never appeared again. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Today could be said to be his second appearance. However, the commotion his words caused in the Dao Martial Saint land was not any less than the commotion he caused when he killed the powerhouse who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Nia Wu Tian. Who was that? That person was a godlike existence in the Dao Martial Saint land for the past 100 years. Nia Wu Tian was a sectless cultivator. He was also the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Rumor had it that his cultivation base had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage. Moreover, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was publicly acknowledged as the first. 100 years ago, ever since Nia Wu Tian became famous in the Dao Martial Saint land, many people had challenged him. There was no lack of experts from the three great sects among them. 30 years ago, Nia Wu Tian had severely injured the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect with a single slash of his saber. After the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect was killed by the Heavenly Tribulation, nobody dared to challenge him anymore. Nobody dared to question his position in the Dao Martial Saint land anymore. From then on, he had occupied the first place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Until now, no one had been able to shake his position. 30 years ago, after Nia Wu Tian had severely injured the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect, he had disappeared from the Dao Martial Saint land. Some people said that he had already successfully passed the tribulation and ascended. Some people said that he had hidden himself in Sin City and was concentrating on his cultivation as he waited for the heavenly tribulation to arrive. Some people even said that he was wandering around the Dao Martial Saint land, living a carefree life. No matter what others said, he was still the first person on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, if there was still no news about him after 70 years, he would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking by the maker of the Supreme Saint ranking. This was also the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking. As long as there was no news about anyone on the Supreme Saint ranking for 100 years, they would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking. It could be said that Nia Wu Tian had become a legendary figure in this era. Ordinary people could only look up to him. To most people, he only existed in rumors. My master is Nia Wu Tian. 4 years ago, Pei Si Hai's words had shocked everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land. Before that, nobody knew that the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nia Wu Tian, had a disciple. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he killed the person who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and replaced him. Since then, many people had said that Nia Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint land. Nia Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint land and had not ascended yet. He had been nurturing Pei Si Hai, his disciple. As for the details, only Nia Wu Tian and his disciple, Pei Si Hai, knew about it. However, since then, everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land knew about Pei Si Hai. They knew he was the disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nia Wu Tian, and was a peerless genius. Later on, the rumor that Pei Si Hai was less than 100 years old spread in the world of rogue cultivators. Only the rogue cultivators in the world of rogue cultivators believed this rumor. Naturally, they believed it because of the pride of the sectless cultivators, Nia Wu Tian. In their eyes, Nia Wu Tian was like a god. It was not strange for someone like him to cultivate a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint's celestial stage who was not even 100 years old. Although the major forces in the Dao Martial Saint land, including the three great sects, admitted that Pei Si Hai was strong enough to be ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, they did not admit that he was less than 100 years old. As such, it indirectly denied Pei Si Hai's peerless talent. Naturally, the sects had their own reasons for doing this. First, Pei Si Hai did not prove he was not even 100 years old. Second, they did not want people to think they were weaker than a sectless cultivator. Moreover, they did not want another Nia Wu Tian to appear in the Dao Martial Saint land. Lord Pei Si Hai? He's Lord Pacey High! The other Seckless cultivators regained their senses when they heard the old Seckless cultivator's words. They were excited. Many Seckless cultivators were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. It's indeed Lord Pacey High! I've seen Lord Pacey High's portrait before, but I didn't recognize him earlier. I've seen him before as well. However, Lord Pacey High looks much more handsome in person compared to the portrait. Could it be that he's here because he heard about the appearance of a treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? If that's the case, he's too late. Many Seckless cultivators discussed among themselves as they tried to guess the reason Pacey High was here. Pacey High. At the same time, the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism, looked at Pacey High with a hint of dread in her eyes. She believed in the Supreme Saint ranking's authority. She was only ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking while Pacey High was ranked 7th. In other words, although they were both powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Pacey High was much stronger than her. In the face of such an existence, especially a rogue cultivator, she was naturally quite fearful. Have you seen Meng Hao before? While the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, and the others were looking at Pacey High glanced at them indifferently and asked in a cold and calm voice. Your Excellency Meng Hao? Never seen it before. Lord Pacey High, you know Lord Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is the guardian of Sin City. Suddenly, the group of rogue cultivators looked at each other and could not help but exclaim. Where's the entrance to the treasure vault that seems to be left behind by an eminent celestial? When Pacey High spoke again, his voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they were in a biting cold wind. Lord Pacey High. At this moment, an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance stepped forward and bowed respectfully at Pacey High as he pointed at the void in the distance. As it turns out, the entrance to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is here. However, not long ago, that entrance closed on its own. Swoosh! As soon as the elder from the 7 Kill Alliance finished speaking, Pacey High disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was in the void where the elder from the 7 Kill Alliance was pointing at. He closed his eyes and hovered in the air as though he was trying to sense something. What a fast speed! Pacey High's speed was so fast that only the Amethyst Dragon King was able to catch up with him. Even the Violet Dragon King was shocked by Pacey High's speed. He's looking for the spatial barrier that leads to the independent space that's suspected to be created by an eminent celestial? When the Violet Dragon King saw Pacey High closing his eyes, she could sense the divine consciousness around him. She could guess what he was trying to do. After all, this was something that she wanted to do but did not have the time to do it. After a dozen breaths, buzz! The sound of a saber humming suddenly rang in the air. Along with it, there was also a huge dazzling blade light that kept attacking the Amethyst Dragon King's autumn eyes. At the same time, it also attacked the Amethyst Dragon King's heart. He found it so quickly? Before the others could react, Pacey High had already sheathed his saber with a clang. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, not far from Pacey High, another terrifying crack appeared out of thin air. The crack was more than 10 meters long, and all that could be seen was darkness, making it impossible to see what was behind it. Swoosh! In the next moment, Pacey High seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the crack and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This scene immediately caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble in fear. Chapter 2152. Isn't this too much? One of the Seckless cultivators regained his senses after a long while. His face was filled with disbelief, as though he had just seen a ghost. The others had similar expressions on their faces as well. Although they knew Pacey High was strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. In just a blink of an eye, he had torn open a tear in space and created a rift that led to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. If it's me, even if I have twice the time, I might not be able to find the spatial barrier that leads to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. The Violet Dragon King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had a solemn expression on her face when she thought about what had happened earlier. She was shocked by Pei Sihai's observation. She was not surprised by Pei Sihai's ability to tear open the spatial barrier. After all, she was capable of such an attack as well. Naturally, she knew Pei Sihai did not use his full strength when he tore open the spatial barrier. He only used his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber and some offensive saber martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. He asked if we've seen Meng Hao earlier? The Violet Dragon King immediately thought of Meng Hao in Sin City when she recalled Pei Sihai's question. Meng Hao was ranked higher than the Green Bat King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, on the Supreme Saint ranking. The aloof scholar, Meng Hao. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. There was one more thing she knew. About 2 years ago, Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had challenged Meng Hao and was defeated in less than 100 moves. Meng Hao was stronger than Wei Suo. She was very clear on this point. Don't tell me Meng Hao has also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. The moment the Violet Dragon King thought about this, her expression turned solemn. However, her expression was hidden by the purple veil so no one noticed it. Initially, the Violet Dragon King wanted to follow Pei Sihai through the gap in the spatial barrier and enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Previously, when Pei Sihai asked if anyone had seen Meng Hao, she could see a trace of anxiety in the depths of Pei Sihai's eyes, as if he was anxious for some reason. Could it be that something happened to Meng Hao, like Wei Suo? Thinking of this, the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes couldn't help but slightly shrink. The beautiful face under the purple veil changed color. However, in the next moment, the Amethyst Dragon King's attention shifted again. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift Pei Sihai had opened. To be more precise, it was a very wretched figure. This is... The Amethyst Dragon King's shrunken pupils abruptly shrunk after seeing this person clearly. Subsequently, her face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Lord Pei Sihai? How is this possible? At the same time, the others also saw the person who appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift. After a while, they could not help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, everyone present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Their expressions were similar to the Amethyst Dragon King's, if not more. The person who appeared in front of everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was none other than Pei Sihai, who had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial through the spatial rift not too long ago. When Pei Sihai entered the treasure vault, he carried a long saber in his scabbard on his back. Not only was Pei Sihai no longer as imposing and awe-inspiring as before, but the scabbard was the only thing left on his back. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber that was originally in the scabbard was nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, his left arm was severed at the shoulder, and his robes were stained with blood. He looked extremely wretched. In his right hand he was holding a cracked little golden bell. The Amethyst Dragon King and the others were shocked when they saw Pei Sihai in such a state. What exactly happened? What's going on? What did Lord Pei Sihai end up in such a wretched state? Lord Pei Sihai is ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a thing happened. Even if Lord Pei Sihai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he shouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state, right? That's right. If the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is so terrifying, who would be able to obtain the treasures and legacies he left behind? I'm afraid all of them died in there. The group of people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Pei Sihai's wretched state. As they discussed among themselves, they seemed to have recalled something. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at each other. Based on Lord Pacey High risking his life to investigate, I'm afraid the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is really terrifying. That's right. Otherwise, how could the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, have died in there? Even someone as strong as the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, died in there. It's no wonder the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance all died in there. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Wei Suo and the others had died in there. Even someone as strong as Pacey High had lost an arm and his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. How could Wei Suo and the others who were much weaker than Pacey High be affected? The group of people was terrified when they realized how terrifying the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial was. You have the boundless bell in your hand? A woman's surprised and cold voice was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to immediately regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they realized the person who had spoken was the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pacey High. However, her gaze was not on Pacey High. Instead, it was on the small golden bell in Pacey High's hand. It was as though there was something special about the small golden bell. The cracks on the small golden bell had not been there for a long time. One could tell it was a new wound. Moreover, when the group of people followed the Amethyst Dragon King's gaze and looked at the small golden bell, they discovered that the ancient and complicated patterns on the small golden bell seemed to have a life of their own. It was as if they had magic power, and they were attracted to the small golden bell. A moment later, it caused them to feel a wave of dizziness, and they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. The Boundless Bell? The Boundless Bell, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? A middle-aged sectless cultivator exclaimed in a low voice. His words reminded the people present on the scene, causing them to regain their senses. The small golden bell in Lord Pacey High's hand is the Boundless Bell, a grade saint weapon. It's said that among the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, only 3 of them are defensive grade saint weapons. The Boundless Bell is one of them. A defensive grade saint weapon? Is that the small golden bell? Heavens! If this is really the Boundless Bell, what kind of powerful attack did it suffer not long ago for it to crack like this? Look at the cracks on the Boundless Bell. It's obvious that it's a new wound as well. Could it be that Lord Pacey High was injured when he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? At this moment, everyone's attention was not on why the Boundless Bell, a grade saint weapon, was in Pacey High's hands. Their attention was focused on the brand new crack on the surface of the Boundless Bell. Pacey High did not respond to the Violet Dragon King's question. He stood there motionless for a long time. Even now, his mind was still replaying the scenes he had just experienced. Just a little bit more, and he would have died. Unknowingly, Pacey High lowered his head and looked at the small golden bell in his right hand. He rejoiced inwardly. Luckily, I have this saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, that my master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died. That independent space doesn't look like a treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial. It looks more like a trap left behind by an eminent celestial. Thinking of this, Pacey High's face gradually became gloomy. Now it would seem that the shattering of Senior Brother by Li's soul pearl was most likely because he entered that independent space and was killed by the killing formation within. Pacey High's expression darkened when he thought about this. He'd come here this time precisely for Bailey. Bailey was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the guardians of Sin City and one of the few sectless powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nobody knew about this. Bailey was Nia Wu Tian's direct disciple. In fact, he had joined the sect before Pacey High. However, since Bailey's innate talent was not as good as Nia Wu Tian's, he did not have the face to announce that he was Nia Wu Tian's disciple. However, He still considered himself Nie Wu Tian's disciple and doted on Pei Si Hai very much. In Pei Si Hai's eyes, Bai Li was like his biological brother. He had Bai Li's soul pearl in his possession. This time, it was because Bai Li's soul orb had shattered that he had rushed to Sin City immediately. Chapter 2153. Pei Si Hai. As the leader of the four monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King naturally had her own pride. When she saw Pei Si Hai ignoring her for a long time, her beautiful face that was hidden under the veil turned gloomy immediately. Pei Si Hai regained his senses when he heard the Violet Dragon King's displeased voice. He looked at her. The two powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking stared at each other. The Violet Dragon King's eyes were filled with anger, but Pei Si Hai's eyes were as calm as ever. He was not affected by the Violet Dragon King's angry gaze. One of them was the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the other was the leader of the four monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, the people present on the scene could clearly sense the tension between the two of them. Naturally, they could sense it as well. The tension mainly came from the Violet Dragon King's side. Lord Karmapa! The few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism became anxious when they saw this. They hurriedly transmitted their voices to the Violet Dragon King. This is Pei Si Hai. He's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Please don't make an enemy of him. Lord Karmapa, I know you're strong, but Pei Si Hai is not an ordinary person. If it's possible, it's best not to offend him. Lord Karmapa, you can only be friends with Pei Si Hai. You can't make an enemy of him. When the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism transmitted their voices were filled with dread. They were afraid of Pei Si Hai's strength and Nie Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land, behind him. It was unknown if the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had persuaded her or if the Violet Dragon King had realized it was not wise to make an enemy out of Pei Si Hai. Her gaze softened, and she was no longer as hostile as before. It's the boundless bell. Pei Si Hai replied nonchalantly when the Violet Dragon King's gaze softened. At the same time, he glanced at the boundless bell in his hand and sighed inwardly. Although the boundless bell was still a Super Saint weapon, it was a damaged Super Saint weapon. If the boundless bell were to suffer the same attack as before, the boundless bell would definitely turn into a pile of fragments. Pei Si Hai's voice was clearly heard by the Amethyst Dragon King and the others. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a bolt from the blue in their ears, causing them to be stunned. Is it really the Super Saint weapon of the 10 Great Saint weapon ranking, the Boundless Bell? After receiving Pei Si Hai's confirmation, everyone's pupils shrank, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The cracked little golden bell in Pei Si Hai's hand was actually the defensive type Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? One of the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking? What kind of force is able to damage the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, to such an extent? This is unbelievable. It's said that only eminent celestials who have passed the heavenly tribulation are able to damage a Super Saint weapon. Since the Boundless Bell is damaged to such an extent, it means the force that attacked it isn't any weaker than an eminent celestial. Only an eminent celestial can damage a Super Saint weapon? If that's the case, doesn't that mean those who possess a defensive Super Saint weapon like the Boundless Bell, even if they're not even at the Saint Celestial stage, would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial and remain unharmed? That's different. For example, if a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage possesses the Boundless Bell and uses it in a timely manner, he would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial. At most, he would be able to withstand the attack of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or below. Although a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wouldn't be able to damage the Boundless Bell, their strength would still be able to pass through the Boundless Bell and injure a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. Although the Boundless Bell is a defensive Super Saint weapon with a strong defense, in the hands of someone with a weak cultivation base, the Boundless Bell wouldn't be able to fully utilize its strength. At this moment, Everyone was curious. What did Pei Si Hai encounter after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? How did he manage to injure his super saint weapon, the boundless bell? Many people could not help but feel chills running up their spines. This was especially true for those who were eliminated earlier. They were glad that they were eliminated. Otherwise, they would have most likely died in there. With Lord Pei Si Hai's strength and the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, I'm afraid an attack below the level of an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to threaten him. Only an eminent celestial or above would be able to injure him. That's true. Based on this, we can conclude that Lord Pei Si Hai must have encountered an attack at the level of an eminent celestial after he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. I wonder what happened to Lord Pei Si Hai. All eyes were on Pei Si Hai. They were curious about what happened to him in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Pei Si Hai, what happened to you? Unlike the others who did not dare to ask Pei Si Hai this question, the Violet Dragon King had no qualms about it. Moreover, she was curious as well, so she asked the question without hesitation. The Violet Dragon King added, "The Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has died in there not long ago. If you have any clues, please tell me. The Zhuangzi Buddhism will be indebted to you." The Green Bat King died in there as well? Pei Si Hai raised an eyebrow when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. Then, he shook his head and sighed. Greed is indeed an original sin. Without waiting for the Violet Dragon King's reply, Pei Si Hai continued to say, "Earlier, I tore open the spatial barrier leading to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. After I entered, I was attacked by a killing formation." A killing formation? The Violet Dragon King and the others did not think much of Pei Si Hai's words. They thought it was just a prelude, and the main event was yet to come. However, when Pei Si Hai continued to speak, they realized they were wrong. The energy released by the killing formation was terrifying. Pei Si Hai's expression stiffened when he said this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Even an eminent celestial's full-powered attack might not be as powerful. Fortunately, I have the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, that my master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died. However, even with the protection of the boundless bell, I didn't manage to save my left arm and the 1,000 inscriptions saint saber. The spatial ring I wore on my left hand was shrouded by that energy, and it was directly turned into powder. The 1,000 inscriptions saint saber was also turned into dust." The more Pei Si Hai spoke, the more solemn his voice became. As Pei Si Hai said this, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, even the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great kings, broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, Pei Si Hai had come. Otherwise, if she had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, and encountered the same killing formation, she would definitely have died. She did not doubt this at all. After all, she was not as strong as Pei Si Hai, and she did not have the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, to protect herself. However, even now, she still felt that Pei Si Hai was exaggerating. However, she knew very well that Pei Si Hai was not lying. There was no need for Pei Si Hai to lie. Heavens! Such a powerful killing formation! Even an eminent celestial might not be able to set up such a powerful killing formation, right? That's right. According to Pei Si Hai, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial. I really don't know who set up such a killing array. That's ridiculous. When the others regained their senses, they were shocked by Pei Si Hai's words. They did not doubt Pei Si Hai's words at all. Even when Pei Si Hai said the killing formation was stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial, they did not doubt his words at all. If it was someone else, they might have doubted it. However, it was impossible for them to doubt Pei Si Hai. This was because Pei Si Hai's master was the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, near Wu Tian. If Nia Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land, even if he was not an eminent celestial, he would be very close to becoming one. Therefore, with such a master, Pei Si Hai must have a deep understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. That killing formation! I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who specializes in formations might not be able to set it up, right? The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si Hai. Naturally, one eminent celestial wouldn't be able to set it up, but what if there were 3 of them? 3? The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened as her heart trembled. The others were dumbfounded. Yes. Pei Si Hai nodded. Then, a hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, When the killing formation attacked, I extended my divine consciousness to investigate it. It was a combination of 3 different energies. Although it was perfectly fused, I still managed to find some clues. If I'm not mistaken, that formation is most likely created by 3 eminent celestials. Chapter 2154. If I'm not mistaken, the Green Bat King from Xuanzа Buddhism isn't the only one who died in there. Even Meng Hao from Sin City is dead, Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice. Meng Hao? The Violet Dragon King narrowed her eyes when she heard Pei Si Hai's words. She realized she had guessed correctly. Meng Hao was in trouble just like Wei Suo. Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is dead as well. Many sectless cultivators from Sin City regained their senses. They were shocked. Meng Hao, the aloof scholar, was a big shot in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. He was a powerful powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, Meng Hao's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was even higher than Wei Suo, the Green Bat King from Xuanzà Buddhism. He was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. For this reason, everyone was shocked when they found out he had died in there. You came from Meng Hao. It seems like you have a special relationship with him. The Violet Dragon King sighed and comforted Pei Si Hai. My condolences. I only know about Meng Hao, but I don't know him. Pei Si Hai shook his head. His words stunned the Violet Dragon King. The others present on the scene were puzzled as well. If Pei Si Hai did not know Meng Hao, why did he ask about Meng Hao's whereabouts? I came to look for Meng Hao because my senior brother must have heard about it from Meng Hao and entered the void dimension, Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice as he looked at the tear in the void that he had torn open. Everyone was confused by his words. The moment Pei Si Hai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Could Pei Si Hai's senior brother be another disciple of Nia Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Pei Si Hai was Nia Wu Tian's only disciple, right? Why would Pei Si Hai mention a senior brother? Of course, there were also people who guessed that the senior brother Pei Si Hai was talking about had nothing to do with Nia Wu Tian. Perhaps the senior brother Pei Si Hai was referring to was a senior brother from a sect he had joined before, or a disciple of a master or teacher he had joined before. That was why he still called him senior brother. For a moment, the people present were whispering again. My senior brother is also the direct disciple of my master, Nia Wu Tian, Pei Si Hai said again, denying most people's guesses. He confirmed that the senior brother he mentioned was also the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nia Wu Tian. When his senior brother was alive, he felt that he had failed to live up to his master's expectations, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity as Nia Wu Tian's direct disciple. Now that his senior brother was dead, he wanted everyone to know of his senior brother's identity. Senior Nia Wu Tian, in addition to Lord Pei Si Hai, you actually accepted another personal disciple? I've never heard of Senior Nia Wu Tian accepting another disciple. To be able to be accepted as a disciple by Senior Nia Wu Tian, he must also be an extremely talented expert. After receiving Pei Si Hai's confirmation, a commotion broke out again. The topic of discussion changed as well. Many people were curious about Pei Si Hai's senior brother. My senior brother is Sin City's Baili. While everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was curious about Pei Si Hai's senior brother, Pei Si Hai spoke in a timely manner. As soon as his words were spoken, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Bai Li. Everyone present on the scene was familiar with this name. Bai Li was one of the two strongest guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who was present on the scene. Your senior brother is actually Bai Li? The Violet Dragon King cried out in surprise when she regained her senses. It was as though she had heard something unbelievable. The others were in a similar state as well. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Compared to Pei Si Hai, Bai Li was a sectless cultivator whose name had spread far and wide in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, before today, nobody knew that Bai Li was actually the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nia Wu Tian. To them, this was extremely shocking news. Yes. Pei Si Hai nodded when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. His expression was slightly gloomy as he said, Senior brother has always felt that his achievements are an insult to Master's reputation, so he didn't announce his identity to the public. I can't believe Bai Li is Senior Nia Wu Tian's direct disciple. The Violet Dragon King sighed when she heard Pei Si Hai's confirmation. Her expression changed slightly as though she had just recalled something. You came to look for your senior brother, Bai Li. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's because, yes. The soul pearl he left with me shattered not long ago. Pei Si Hai seemed to know what the Violet Dragon King was about to say. He nodded before the Violet Dragon King could finish her sentence. I suspect he died in there. Although Pei Si Hai spoke calmly, a hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Boom! As soon as Pei Si Hai said this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Bai Li, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a rare existence in the Dao Martial Saint land, had died in a trap that was suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials? Whether it was the people present on the scene or the people in the Dao Martial Saint land, this was undoubtedly a piece of shocking news. After all, this was related to the death of a powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking. As time passed, the news spread like wildfire. First, the news spread to the city of Sin and caused a huge commotion in the city. News of Bai Li's death, Meng Hao, the other guardian of Sin City, and Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died as well. Following that, a few other major events took place in Sin City. The 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, had announced their disbandment. It was not only the 3 sectless cultivator alliances. Even sectless cultivator alliances that were a level lower than them, such as the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had announced their disbandment as well. The reason for their disbandment was due to the deaths of the core members of the sectless alliances. They had all died in the place where Bai Li, Meng Hao, and Wei Suo had died. According to Pei Si Hai, the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nia Wu Tian, they had all died in a trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials. I heard that when Lord Pei Si Hai entered the independent space to investigate, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had the boundless bell given to him by Senior Nia Wu Tian. That's how he managed to survive. However, he still paid quite a price for this and lost an arm. Boundless bell? Why does it sound so familiar? That's right. Among the 10 grade-level Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, there's a defensive grade-level Saint weapon called the Boundless Bell. Don't tell me. If it's not a grade-level Saint weapon, do you think Lord Pei Si Hai would have been able to survive the trap set up by 3 eminent celestials? I heard that Lord Bai Li is Lord Pei Si Hai's senior brother. Lord Bai Li had become Senior Nia Wu Tian's disciple before Lord Pei Si Hai. I've never heard of this before. Lord Bai Li is too low-key. All over the city of Sin, similar comments were being spread everywhere. With Sin City as the center, shocking news began to spread in all directions, allowing more and more people to learn of the news. Based on the speed at which the news spread, it would not take long for it to spread in the entire down Marshall Saint land. To be more precise, it would spread to the entire upper province of the down Marshall Saint land. Not long after, more and more important news began to spread in the city of Sin. Apart from Bai Li and Meng Hao, there were 4 other guardian deities in the city of Sin who had died recently. Their children and disciples discovered that their soul orbs had shattered. 1 powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and 5 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City are all dead? Many sectless cultivators found it hard to believe when they heard the news. There were no more than 10 rogue cultivators guarding Sin City. They were also the guardians of Sin City. Now, 6 of them had died. Moreover, one of them was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the time the soul pearls of these powerhouses shattered, they must have died at the same time. They must have died in the trap set up by the 3 eminent celestials. Many people speculated. What are the 3 eminent celestials trying to do? Not only did he go to great lengths to open up an independent space, he even set up a trap to harm us. Nobody could understand what the 3 eminent celestials were trying to do. As more and more shocking news spread in the upper province of the down Marshall Saint land, the entire upper province was in an uproar. No matter how big the commotion was, Duan Lingtian was unaware of it. Chapter 2155. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda lay quietly in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. There was no commotion in the pseudo-realm, so it did not affect Duan Lingtian, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, fully immersed in his cultivation. A vast amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body from the top of his head at a ridiculous speed. Then, it mixed with his sun saint origin, and through the 9 dragons war sovereign art, it circulated one great cycle after another. The heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly being assimilated by his sun saint origin and became a part of it. His cultivation base was also rising at all times. Since he was fully immersed in his cultivation, there was no commotion at all. It was as though he was a statue sitting cross-legged in the air. Under the faint golden light from his sun saint origin, he appeared sacred and dignified. It was calm in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in this world. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed the only person in this place. Although it was calm in the pseudo-realm, it was not calm outside the pseudo-realm at all. As the news of the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials spread, it became famous in the upper province of the down Marshall Saint land. Under such circumstances, many powerhouses from various places gathered here out of curiosity. All of them wanted to see if the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent celestials was as terrifying as the rumors said. The entrance to the independent space that Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had opened when he tore open the space barrier had long been closed. Even so, it did not stop the powerhouses from gathering information and gathering here. He's Lord Chengyikai? Following the appearance of a handsome young man wearing white clothes and carrying a sheathed longsword on his back, some of the people who had already arrived nearby also recognized him and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Lord Chengyikai? The white-clad swordsman, Chengyikai? The one who's ranked 28th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Instantly, everyone's gaze followed the gaze of the person who exclaimed and landed on the white-robed young man. The white-clothed young man was dressed in snow-white clothes and carried a sheathed long sword on his back. His handsome face attracted the attention of many women present. There were even some women who secretly threw flirtatious glances at him, as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Chengyikai was the supreme elder of the Mystic Sword sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the down Marshall Saint land. He was also the youngest supreme elder in the history of the Mystic Sword sect. Now, he was only a little over 100 years old. It was said that even the current sect leader of the mysterious sword sect was still his martial granduncle in terms of seniority. The reason he was able to become the only supreme elder in the mystic sword sect was because he was the only powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage, or above in the mystic sword sect. There was a rule in the mystic sword sect that anyone whose cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage would be considered a supreme elder of the mystic sword sect. The position of Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword sect had always been reserved for powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage, or above. As the only Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword sect, Qing Kai could be said to be the pillar of the Mystic Sword sect. His position in the Mystic Sword sect was above everyone else. "I didn't expect him to come as well." Many people sighed emotionally. The white-clothed swordsman, Qing Kai, is a rare prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. He's only a little over 100 years old, but he's already at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's rare to see someone like him in the three great sections. It's said that when he broke through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, before he was even 100 years old, the three great sects had extended an olive branch to him. If he was willing to join them, the three great sects were willing to make him their vice sect leader. Unfortunately, he rejected them. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been a guardian of Zoroastrianism, a Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or a high priest of the Heaven Divination sect. It's said that he possesses a dark indigo innate spiritual root. If Pei Hai is really as those sectless cultivators said, and he's not even 100 years old, with his innate talent, it's indeed possible for him to possess a violet innate spiritual root. How can we believe those sectless cultivators? I don't believe them. The arrival of the white-clothed swordsman, Qing Kai, caused quite a commotion. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, Qing Kai's cultivation base might not be the best. However, the fact that he was able to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage when he was just a little over 100 years old was extremely rare in the Dao Martial Saint land. Most of the people who came were from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint land. There were almost no sectless cultivators. In the Dao Martial Saint land, sectless cultivators might be in a state of disunity, but they had their own beliefs. Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, was also a sectless cultivator, so it was only natural that he had become their belief. Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple, Pei Hai, had personally testified that the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials was dangerous. Naturally, they believed it, so no one came to investigate. Swoosh! While most people's attention was on Qing Kai, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It was accompanied by a gust of wind. It was as though a gigantic sword was flying in the air, causing many people to dodge in fear. After a few moments, the gust of wind dissipated, and a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man dressed in black who carried a sheathed sword on his back. His handsome appearance was mixed with a bit of evilness, which was a unique characteristic. His expression was grave and stern. As he stood there, he was as cold as an iceberg, and he emitted waves of aura that kept others 1,000 miles away. After he appeared, he temporarily overshadowed the white-robed swordsman, Qing Kai's limelight. Most of the people present shifted their gazes from Qing Kai to him. Zhongqin! Before the crowd regained their senses, Qing Kai snorted coldly and said the black-clad young man's name. Zhongqin? A commotion broke out when Qing Kai called out the black-clad young man's name. Zhongqin? The black-clad swordsman, Zhongqin? Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. I can't believe I'm able to see the white-clad swordsman and the black-clad swordsman together in my lifetime. My life is not in vain. An old man could not help but sigh emotionally. Zhongqin, known as the black-clad swordsman, used to be the strongest prodigy in the Heaven Divination sect. However, for some unknown reason, he had betrayed the Heaven Divination sect and was hunted down by the sect. It was only when his cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage that the Heaven Divination sect stopped hunting him down and called for him to return. The Heaven Divination sect was even willing to let bygones be bygones. However, he did not care about it at all. From then on, he became a lone ranger in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a sectless cultivator. He was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked one rank ahead of the white-clad swordsman, Ching Yi Kai, who was as famous as him and was about the same age as him. Ching Yi Kai was displeased because of this and had challenged him many times. However, every time they fought, it would end in a tie. Since it was a tie, the rankings naturally wouldn't change and would be arranged according to the original rankings. Ching Yi Kai was, naturally, displeased with this. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhongchun was lucky enough to defeat the person who was originally ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Unless he could defeat Zhongchun or someone who was ranked higher than Zhongchun on the Supreme Saint ranking, he would not be able to surpass Zhongchun. Yes. Hearing Ching Yi Kai calling his name, Zhongchun just responded faintly. He didn't even look at Ching Yi Kai, which made him look very cold. It seemed that he didn't take Ching Yi Kai seriously at all. Ching Yi Kai was infuriated when he saw this. However, he knew this was not a good time to make a move. Even if he made a move, he was not confident he could defeat Zhongchun. At most, they would end in a tie. Ching Yi Kai, since you're here, I'm sure you want to enter the independent space created by the three eminent celestials, right? Suddenly, Ching Yi Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes turned, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll help you find the spatial barrier that leads to that independent space and tear it open so that you can enter. How about that? Everyone present on the scene turned to look at Zhongchun. At the same time, Zhongchun turned his head slightly and glanced at Ching Yi Kai indifferently. He said coldly, "If you want to enter, I don't mind opening a path for you." Zhongchun's words were equivalent to checkmate Ching Yi Kai. Ching Yi Kai was so angry that the smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by an extremely unsightly expression. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out of Ching Yi Kai's body. The aura spread out like sword chi, causing the people in the vicinity to move away, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly feel the tension between the two of them. Are they going to fight? Many people who wished to see the world plunged into chaos were filled with anticipation. Just as Zhongchun's body began to emit piercingly cold sword chi, the battle between him and Ching Yi Kai was about to break out. You're Zhongchun? The abandoned disciple of the Heaven Divination sect? Accompanied by a loud and old voice, an ear-piercing and vast sound of wind breaking sounded in the ears of everyone present. Boom! As soon as the sound of wind breaking rang in the air, a terrifying explosion rang in the air. Everyone only felt a vast and terrifying gale whistling down from the sky, pressuring them to the point that they couldn't breathe. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.